now,
is he going to go for it? He might.
Does he get the steal? Oh.
He doesn't get the steal, so that is kind of a disaster for Jarvan. And
oh
so
my God,
many low red bars right now, and Aurelia essentially gets Boom of Blood still had his flash. He wouldn't have been able to get out of that in the first place. Boom of Blast takes the Lee Sin into the wall with him, loses his life because of it. Now this Twitch has a lot of damage now. Double kill, throws him in for the Lee Sin. Now this guy has to walk out. There's no way you're walking out. Of 4 people of God Squad. Now Snowflake is in the middle of the team. Hawaii Gaming is trying his best. He will get the kill. The shutdown does go over to Nautilus. Jax is just doing so much damage right now, but Morshoes comes in, snipes the support right off. The Sleepy Charlie lands on Vi. The damage from the burn is gonna, not wake him up at all. Spiky is gonna try to find a kill. Golden God is gone. And that will be the fight. They're trying to leverage the power of this Irelia, which is coming out right now, but he is able to resurrect. On the other side, Leona does go down. Peak High School is really taking the fight to them, and unfortunately, Korean Banna, or fortunately for him, does get the kill, and he's just going to go for resets right now. But you cannot stand in front of, like, an Urgot like that, but he does get a triple kill. They're really trying to get this turret down. They do get it, but was it worth it? This will be a... I mean, I hope they give it to them, but this is essentially a don't take it from a morgue. Okay, it's a panic kill.
Happy Monday, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Week 6 of Late Night League. My name is JC Asa McDonough, and I'm joined by my good friend, not Orion. Your screen is lying to you. This is Shane Seal Erickson joining me for this week as we lead up to the playoffs. Very excited to bring a lot of action to you from Late Night League. Hope you guys are excited to join us, and we've got certainly a lot of fun ahead of us tonight.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot of fun. We're going to be kicking off pretty soon, actually. Asian Imports versus God Squad. I believe that was our grand finals from last week, so definitely 2 of our top teams in the Central region.
Definitely a couple of top-tier teams as we lead towards the postseason. Remember, after this week, just 2 more weeks of late-night league action left in Season 2, and these are a couple of the teams, as you mentioned, in the Central Division that are vying for that spot in the finals. Could be one of the teams that we see in that best of 5 2 weeks from today. So definitely a match that we really want to dig into here to see who maybe we see in the early going could be that candidate to move on, represent the Central region a couple weeks from now.
Yeah, definitely. For God Squad, they've been playing a lot around their top laner, Korean Banana. He's usually been on that Irelia, but actually for this game, it was banned out. He's not going to be on the Irelia this game. So that's a pretty big pick to take away from him.
Mixing things up, and it's been interesting to see how many times, and you guys actually saw in our #1 highlight from last week, Korean Banana actually on that Aurelia, his signature pick, getting a pentakill. He has had some insane performances throughout this season. I mean, he opened up Season 2 with a phenomenal game on his Aurelia very, very early on in week #1, and he's continued to get it, so it's interesting to see that teams aren't banning him out there, maybe not quite doing adequate enough research, but I would say now God Squad has maybe finally figured it out, and hopefully more teams will start to respect him a little bit more. Granted, I'm not complaining about getting him to see him on that, but I feel like if you aren't banning him away, you're just handicapping yourself in draft.
I 100% agree on that.
It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. We will actually see Korean Banana on the Ornn, I believe. So definitely a very different pick than we're used to seeing from him. Not the carry, but still plenty of playmaking potential as we do see our standings up on the board here from our Central Region. Asian Imports do lead the way here with 46 points. Boomba and God Squad, they're picking up 2nd and 3rd, but they can't start to close that gap. But they're really going to have to make up some ground here as Asian Imports has been very impressive throughout the season.
Yeah, we're about to see the top 1 team versus top 3 team in the Central League. That's going to be a pretty good game.
Should be a good one, and I think God Squad has shown that while they may not have the points right now to compete with Asian Imports, they have the players on the Rift to do so. So we'll have to see if they can get a huge win here tonight and start to close that gap a little bit. If they can, try and leapfrog over Boomba. Boomba, a finalist from last season, is trying to vie to get a repeat appearance in the finals, but couple of strong teams standing in their way, so we'll have to see how things shake out here in the standings in our last 2 weeks leading into the finals in week #8. Rush Hour and Get Money Boys do close out the central standings. There are a couple of teams that haven't quite been able to put it together, but maybe we see some action from them tonight. The gap is very small there between them and those 2nd and 3rd place teams, so it's not out of the question.
Yeah, I definitely think that aside from the 1st place teams, we're seeing a lot of close battles between those 2nd to 5th place teams, very close in the point standings, and I think that we might see one of them vie for that spot in the best of 5.
We'll have to see how that shakes out. Now your Western region standings here, and a very similar setup here. Fruitling and the E-Boys, the local Orange County squad, has been dominant throughout this season. We saw some great performances from them throughout the last few weeks, and they're sitting at 50 points there. And then 2nd and 3rd, fairly close, just 7 points separating the two, with 5 Words in a Dream and Titan Gaming rounding out the top 3. But still a big gap between them in 1st place. So they have their work cut out for them, but they're close to each other, and a matchup between the two could have huge implications for the end of the season.
Yeah, 100% agree. And one of the things I want to talk about heading into this week, actually, is there was a really big patch that just hit, I believe, Wednesday of last week. And so some pretty big changes on that, probably the biggest patch we've had so far this year. And the big one I want to talk about first is the Scuttle Crab change. Spawning at 3 minutes and 15 seconds instead of that 2 minutes, going to give junglers so much more time to farm their jungle. They're going to be able to hit that level 3 before the Scuttle Crab spawns. They're going to have their 2nd charge of Smite up. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see some stronger level 3 junglers pop up into the meta.
Yeah, it's really seemed like a lot of those junglers that are trying to affect the lanes pretty much immediately after that 1st or 2nd camp are kind of moving out. A lot of those junglers that maybe take a little longer, they're a little more farm heavy, have started to crop up a little more. I've seen a ton of Kha'Zix lately who isn't quite as good in those first few levels, but once you get a few in, and especially once you get access to his ultimate, you're certainly a much bigger threat getting to the lanes. But now we are on to the Rift here. God Squad and Asian Imports kicking things off today with those 2nd and 3rd place teams in the central region. And as we already mentioned, Korean Banana on the orange, so we're going to have to see how effective he can be on a very different pick here, but a couple of very good teams here, again, vying to chase down, God Squad's just trying to chase down Asian Imports, because Asian Imports with an impressive lead. They're all stacked up here in this bottom brush, possibly seeing if they can pick somebody out in the tri-brush, but nobody from God Squad is in the area.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing kind of mirrored invades on each side. Both teams sending their entire teams just to opposite sides of the map. Just getting some vision down right now. Not going to see any action early.
Nothing too crazy so far. Bot lanes will head back towards their respective sides of the map. We have the Nautilus here for Wacky Strawberry, which we were watching some games earlier because the Central Region does get started a little earlier before we go live, but has already played the Nautilus once tonight in a win for Asian Imports, and a pick that has come back into the meta after some buffs over the last few patches. We had it a few times a couple weeks ago, and it has continued to stay in the meta. I love the pick. It's very fun to play. I love just basically, you get level 2 in the bottom lane, and you're like, okay, if you don't flash, you're gonna die, because there's so much CC he brings to the table and just sets up his AD carry so well.
Yeah, and with the buffs that he got recently, it made it so his CC is stronger, his damage is higher. We've even seen him come out in the mid lane with full AP build. Never would have seen that before with Nautilus. Kind of more like that Gragas style of play that we could occasionally see in the mid lane.
So CC heavy, and he takes that early proto belt, so it just makes it that much more difficult to escape from a Nautilus who already has all of the tools to stick to you. But now, even if you try and open up a bit of a gap, he's going to try and chase it down with that proto belt, and he brings quite a bit of damage to the table. You would be surprised if you haven't seen it before. But as we hit level 2 here near in the bottom lane, both junglers starting to get moved around the map. The Vi on her wolves, and Korean Banana doing all right in the top side so far.
Yeah, and both these junglers are probably going to go for that 4 camps, hit the level 3, and then go straight for the Scuttle Crab when it spawns at 3 minutes 15 seconds. And I think between the Vi and the Udyr, those are both some pretty strong level 3 junglers. Those third abilities they pick up actually helping their clear and their damage a lot when they go into that fight.
Beastlance here on the Ashe, paired up with the Braum. When we talk about the CC that the Nautilus brings to the table, but with an Ashe and Braum together, that is definitely a dual lane that is difficult to escape from. Obviously, the concussive blows from the Braum set up stuns for any of his teammates, especially if he's able to land the winner's bite and get that initial slowing. You add on top of that the ultimate, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from the Ashe once she hits level 6, as well as just the slow on each of her auto attacks. We could see trouble topside as Dracoham is going to have to get away, but it's going to get knocked up by Korean Banana, forced to flash away, but is it enough? Bandagin wants to go for it. We'll finish that one off for first blood in the top lane for God Squad.
Yeah, beautiful chain of CC coming in from the orange smash to the Vi knockup. Wasn't a chance for the Sion to flash unless he flashed very early in the play. And it's really clean kill coming out from the side of God Squad.
God Squad looking good early. Bear King clearing out his Gromp, but is fairly low. Most likely won't. Thank you to our observers in the back, highlighting the Udyr, who we have seen a surprising amount of throughout this season of Late Night League. It's been interesting because he's something that really hasn't been quite the meta selection for really years now. He has kind of been, he's always that fringe jungler that every jungle main seems to pick up, they kind of have in their pocket, but it's such an infrequent pick. So it's been interesting to see that come out as often as it has here in Late Night League.
Yeah, we haven't seen him as a really top pick in the meta since around Season 5, Season 6. So it's kind of nice to see him get some play in here, get some action, especially with the scuttle changes I was talking about. That level 3 for Udyr pretty strong. He's going to be able to face off against most junglers and fight them very early.
Kenazito and Wacky Strawberry getting pushed in a little bit here by Beastlance. The Ashe doing a solid job of holding this lane so far, and if we could get a peek in just a second at those CS numbers, we can kind of track the, there we go, thank you very much. So even in the bottom lane, but up top side, Korean Banana, thanks to that early kill from Bandagin, has been able to set up a bit of a lead here on the Ornn, and Ornn, no slouch in the laning phase, isn't going to do too much to a tank like Sion in the 1v1, but still can hold his own in the lane here. We'll have to see if Bear King tries to get up to that top side. He's at level 4 now. Looking to get a bit of an invade here. Hits the scrying orb there, and we'll just drop a ward, possibly see if he goes to the top side, but his top laner has actually pushed Korean Banana back towards his tower fairly well, so there's no gank there. So back to farming it is for the Udyr.
Oh, nice trade coming from Korean Banana. Trades back after he gets hit by a decimating splash. But one thing I want to talk about is in the bot lane here, there's so much CC coming in from both sides. I wouldn't be surprised to see junglers start to go towards that way, especially once Vi hits level 6, gets access to that Assault and Battery. She's probably going to run straight to that bot lane and look for some kills because they're guaranteed to at least blow some flashes with the levels of CC they have on their team.
Bandagin starting off the Infernal Drake here, was able to queue over the wall to start that without being spotted. But yeah, that's the mid laner moving down here. More shoes. The Infernal Drake will go over to Bandagin, and most likely his life going as well. Akros over here to try and assist, but the kill will go to Bear King as they get the collapse. But Bandagin not going to feel too bad about trading the kill for the Infernal Drake. That scaling is going to be a big assist for a lineup that scales fairly well already. The Ashe not a slouch in the late game, and that Anivia can be very, very scary as this game goes on. Yeah,
that's definitely going to help, especially I think Bandagin pick up those kills with the Vi. You need that bit of extra AD to help kill those squishies once they start picking up maybe a Ninja Tabi, maybe some Zhonya's coming out in the mid lane. It's going to help her a lot in picking up these kills. And right now, gold's still exactly even, actually, so no team really pulling too far ahead in the early game.
Akros now with the level 6, actually on level 7 on the Anivia, can easily match the wave clear and even exceed it from More Shoes if More Shoes isn't willing to spend his ultimate. So this mid lane, outside of either of those mid laners catching some hard crowd control on the other, is going to be at a bit of a stalemate here in the 1v1 as they can easily clear out these waves and just reset the lane pretty much on command. But Bandagin's down to the bottom lane looking to get something going here. Look at the Q charge onto the Nautilus, and there's the winner's bite onto Kenazito. He's in trouble. He's burning from the Ignite, flashes away, and he is under stealth, so he will escape, but Beastlance still able to grab the kill there onto Wacky Strawberry. A second kill is Bandagin getting to these lanes early and getting his team ahead. God Squad looking good early.
Yeah, really clean gank again coming in from Bandagin. Knows how to play this Vi. Didn't even have the ultimate for that play, but didn't need it. Really great flash from the Braum. Managed to get the flash out of Twitch, get the sums out of him. And Wacky Strawberry saved his AD carry's life, sacrificed himself, and the kill went over to who they wanted onto. They went onto the Ashe, the better scaling pick, and that's going to help her get accelerated in her build.
Yeah, the Braum is going to be happy any day of the week to trade flashes with the enemy AD carry. Knows that now if he catches that winner's bite onto Kenazito's Twitch, he's going to be in very big trouble because it's so difficult for that Twitch to get away from the Ashe Braum combo. So difficult to buy enough space to go into stealth. So Kenazito definitely at a big risk of getting caught out here in the bottom lane. He has to be very wary of any of those Qs from the Braum as he's looking to just clear out the wave here now. God Squad with that kill has been able to open up a bit of a gold lead here at about 1,000 gold, as we will see Akros back to base. Has the Tear of the Goddess so far, so has that stacking going and looking to go for a Rod of Ages while that Tear stacks up. And Vendoggen's back down to the bottom lane, knows that the flash is down for this Twitch, and play is available for God Squad, but he is going to start the back as it looks the lane is pushed back a little too far, but Bear King is here. Vendoggen has canceled the back, so we're going to get something going here, and actually Braum going in aggressively. Hawaii Kona will get the kill there, the flash away from the Nautilus, but it isn't going to get Wacky Strawberry away. That's the double kill. Not to the player that you want, but still both bot laners for Asian Imports going down, and God Squad with an impressive start to this game.
Yeah, both the kills there going on to the Braum, not exactly what you want if you're God Squad, but that's going to get them some turret place on the bot lane. That's going to get them advantage in this bot lane. And when the Twitch falls behind early, it's really hard for him to get back into the game until he hits 2 or 3 items.
The one thing that those 2 kills will mean for the God Squad bottom lane is just more safety for the Ashe. Bearlands is already looking good so far, 1-0-2, and working his way towards the Blade of the Rune King, and the Braum, who will most likely rush the Knight's Vow after his Sightstone, or his support item, excuse me. That just means more safety for the Ashe, so Bearlands can play a little more aggressively, so it could give the Ashe a little bit more room and kind of activate that pick a little more here in the mid game. But Kenazito now back down to the bottom lane, has to try and recover here as this lane has gotten a little out of control over the last few minutes. That CS lead is not huge for Bearlands, but when you look at the gold, it's about an 800, just over an 800 gold lead there for the God Squad bot laner, so a solid start for Bearlands and Hawaii Kona.
Yeah, again, great play from God Squad's bot lane, getting that kill. They have so much CC in their kits. The Ashe ults into the Braum stun, the concussive blows, into the Vial, the Salt and Battery. So much damage coming in, so much CC, and there's not much you could do when you're Asian Imports with your flash down. And again, even though Wacky Strawberry had the flash up on the Nautilus, you can't flash away from the Vi ultimate, so still ended up going down that play as well.
Yeah, your only hope there is to get the Vi under tower long enough to maybe get that return kill, but Wacky Strawberry went down so quickly that it wasn't going to happen. Getting just stun locked there by the Braum and Vi combination, and Vendoggen back to farming in the jungle, has a solid lead so far, a little bit behind in CS, but that 1-1-2 scoreline for the Vi is very good to start this game. And with a second Infernal Drake on the map, Bear King is looking for the Scuttle Crab in the bot side river to start and set up some vision around this objective, but God Squad's going to want to get over here and double stack this Inferno as soon as possible. More shoes. One of the most impressive players throughout this season, have seen him actually on what Akron is playing right now. The Anivia has been one of the more prominent picks for more shoes this year, but on the other side of the matchup, it's coming down to the mid lane, the snipe, but perfectly timed cleanse there from More Shoes along with the flash. Will get the Lux away from any sort of trouble. That was about as frame perfect of a cleanse as I've ever seen, and you're not on land.
Yeah, that was a pretty much perfect cleanse coming in. I would also say frame perfect coming in from More Shoes. The second that Enchanted Crystal Arrow stun landed, instant cleanse, instant flash out, got himself to safety. And if he didn't do that, he would have gone down. Vi had the ult, Anivia had the wall. He wouldn't have been able to get out.
Good job from More Shoes there, recognizing the danger, knowing that he had the tools to get out of there, and keeps from giving another kill over this God Squad team that has looked very good so far. Vendoggen's in the pit, possibly trying to set up for a play, but is going to just have to charge back over the wall and reset around this objective. Asian Imports doesn't seem ready to take the Infernal Drake, but they are at least going to ensure that God Squad cannot take it themselves as of yet.
Yeah, right.
It's back down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, right now God Squad's bot lane getting that priority. They got the wave pushed in. That means they're going to be able to have access to this dragon. You see Vendoggen already on it, And the bot lane is going to be able to rotate over if anyone from Asian Imports tries to go in and stop this Drake from being taken.
Yeah, Bendajian looking to solo out another Infernal Drake. Now, Bear King is nearby, but the smite, and there it is. He isn't able to get to the pit soon enough, and that's a double Infernal pre-15 minutes for God Squad. As Asian Imports, we talked already, they're at the top of the standings in the Central Division. A huge lead, and I would hope that they don't kind of rest on their laurels as we push towards the postseason, because you want to carry that momentum in. God Squad seems unafraid of this lineup despite the lead that they have in the standings. They've come out swinging against Asian Imports.
Yeah, usually in most of the Asian Imports games, you've seen them kind of pull ahead in the laning phase and just simply out team fight their opponents in the late game. But right now, God Squad really challenging them early, taking the early lead. They're up, they're up 3K gold already, and that's at 14 minutes. They're showing that they can actually go toe to toe with the top team in the Central region.
These teams are a lot closer than the standings would have you believe. God Squad looking to cash in a huge victory here in Week 6, and they've got the lead to push through and try and do just that. They've got about a 2,500, 2,700 gold lead here as we approach the 15-minute mark. Tower plates are now down, so that extra gold is off of the table, but this double Infernal Drake stacked up for God Squad is going to get very, very scary as this game goes on, and it really will help ensure the vie for Bendajian, who tends to fall off a little bit as you get to the late game. A lot of early and mid-game pressure with the damage she brings to the table tends to fall up later, but when you add double Infernal on top of that, Bendajian is pretty much going to be a damage threat onto the Twitch and the Lux throughout this game. But there's the Flash Bear Slap for Bear King. He's looking to take down Akros, and that is the egg form coming out. The damage from More Shoes will secure the kill, and Asian Imports is on the board again. Now they're looking to push possibly in mid lane. They don't have the minion wave, however, so they will just rotate out, donate the blue buff to More Shoes, but up to the top side. Uh-oh, big trouble for the Scion. Beautiful flash there. Bendajian will help secure the kill. Great start continues for God Squad as again another kill top side, Now down to the bot lane. They've taken the tower. Now they're looking for the kills. Wacky Strawberry trying to lock him down. Bear King has arrived, and here comes More Shoes as well. Wacky Strawberry may go down here. Bear Lance looking to get one, or Beast Lance, That is one kill. It will just be the 1 for 2, however, as the bot lane will fall. A double kill there to Bear King, and Asian Imports isn't going down without a fight.
Yeah, big action across the map from everywhere, but Asian Imports pulling ahead in kills from that exchange as a whole, and that's really what they needed to get back into this game a bit. They were losing on the top side, losing in the mid lane a bit, but as soon as More Shoes blew the flash and the barrier from the Anivia, called the jungler over, got that flash bear slap down, and that was just an instant kill going over to him.
God Squad misplaying a little bit here. Akros goes down to try and defend that bot lane tier 1 tower that was all but gone, and ends up donating his life along with the tower. They have made a good play mid as Rift Herald was grabbed by Bendajian, dropped into mid lane, so they take down that tier 1 tower, but here comes the flank from Asian Imports looking to collapse onto the God Squad lineup. Korean Banana going to try and zone away Bear King here. Bendajian still in the jungle trying to get away.
Yeah, this Udyr is starting to look to chase down some of the members of God Squad. He's not quite yet at that item threshold where he's going to be able to just straight up 1v1 everyone, but I wouldn't be surprised if in a couple items he goes for that Trinity Force, goes for maybe a Wit's End, picks up that really good 1v1 build, and they just stick him in a side lane to split push.
Can be very scary. He's got a solid scoreline here, 3-0-2. Getting that double kill bot lane, really getting Bear King going here, as he will be a threat very, very soon. But God Squad looking to push in mid lane. They've already taken that tier 1 tower, looking to use that opening in the map as the enchanted crystal arrow is heading top side, trying to catch out the top laner there, but Dracoham will be able to escape from that and return to his tower.
Yeah, the Scion, he's a pretty tanky boy on his own. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have gone down if the arrow had landed, but again, no MR on him yet. The only person who's a real threat to him is the Anivia in the mid lane. I don't think that he would have gone down in that exchange, but still a bit of safety for him. Going down, letting this tower be taken.
Bendajian playing aggressively, forcing Dracoham off of that top tower so the team can secure that. They do knock down that tower, the third for God Squad here, as they're looking to take further control of the map. All tier 1s are down there, so Asian Imports push back a little bit, but this is a third Infernal Drake now spawning, as here comes the teleport, and Asian Imports looks like they are refusing to give this over, but here comes Korean Banana and Hawaiian Kona. Here comes Beastlance as well. Not a lot of damage coming out initially from Asian Imports, and they've got to back away for the moment. That's going to be the snare and the deletion. Ben Dodgen is down. That's no smite for God Squad. This could be big trouble. The Oran Horde comes out, but it doesn't do enough. A double kill for More Shoes, and here comes Asian Imports. That's the triple, the quadra for the Lux, and Asian Imports is right back in this game.
Man, huge play from Asian Imports, getting them right back in this game. They now have a gold lead, slightly below a gold lead, still 1K down, but much more gold in their favor in this scenario. And all that started off of Twitch picking up a kill onto the Nivea in the mid lane, and then all of Asian Imports rotating down towards that drag. They even TP'd in the top laner, hidden that bush, and Morshoes landed the clutch light bindings in that scenario, and they picked up 4 kills.
A few things to note about that fight. One, Akros was actually nowhere nearby to assist in a timely fashion there, so it was a 5v4 for Asian Imports. The other thing is, not only do you get Morshoes going really big, I mean, that's a quadra kill on a Lux, on your biggest carry, because Morshoes has been one of the biggest standout players in the entirety of Late Night League Season 2, continues to impress and is doing so again on the Lux. The other thing is you deny that triple stacked Infernal. You cut that down, that double stack down a little bit, because you match with the single Infernal for yourself, and you avoid triple for God Squad, so that late game scaling is not quite as scary anymore for God Squad. So Asian Imports is not out of this game by any means. Big game so far for Bear King and Morshoes, as they're looking to claw their way back from a rough start for Asian Imports.
Yeah, they managed to get themselves back in the game despite that rough start, as you mentioned. And 0 deaths on both Bear King and Morshoes, both of them playing really well around each other, making sure that they only go for these plays where they have that 100% chance to work.
Now, starting to set up some vision around the map. We've eclipsed that 20-minute mark, so that means Baron is now on the table, and something we have seen throughout this season is a lot of teams very willing to go for that early Baron, pre-25 minutes, even pre-23 minutes. If the teams have an opening, they will go for it. Now, this game is very close right now, so I would expect more of teams trying to force a fight near that objective than just straight up starting it off, but we'll have to see how they want to play around it. A lot of crowd control for God Squad. They can initiate a fight pretty much whenever they please. Morshoes trying to throw out some poke here. Zone away the bottom lane. Will miss the snare. They're looking to push in mid lane, possibly tank down this tower. Uh-oh, big trouble. Down goes Beastlance. The snare lands for Morshoes, and that will guarantee a kill onto the Ashe. And now it's the 4v5 defense from God Squad. Ben Dodgen stepping forward aggressively towards the Udyr, but Bear King is not afraid of the Vi at this point.
Yeah, the Nivea still being up means that Asian Imports isn't going to get access to this mid lane turret. There's just too much wave clear on the side of the Nivea, but they could look to turn towards this Baron. Again, no Mountain Drake being taken means it's not going to be going down that fast, but still having an Infernal on your side is going to help you a lot.
Looks like Asian Imports wasn't confident enough to go for that Baron, but here comes the engage from God Squad. Morshoes is backed, and this is big trouble. As down goes Kennesito. They knocked up Wacky Strawberry. He's going to be walled off, forced to flash over the wall, but here comes the follow from the Braum. Hawaiian Kona is not going to let him get away. Here comes Ben Dodgen. The assist from Morshoes will save Wacky Strawberry. Can he turn this around? Doesn't have the ultimate available yet. Wacky Strawberry goes down there, but Morshoes gets the return kill onto Ben Dodgen. There's the ultimate. Will not get the kills. Hawaiian Kona survives. Beastlands here trying to get onto Morshoes. Morshoes trying to walk away, just able to land the snare, but Akros gets the kill onto Dracoham. The Undead Scion will not do enough here. And that's a big 4-4-1 fight in favor of God Squad as they catch Asian Imports on the back foot.
Yeah, Morshoes got the back off, but nobody else on Asian Imports got the back off. So all of God Squad realized that happened, pulled the trigger, and got the kills they needed, but good trade from Morshoes on the back end, being able to pick up another kill, so it's not a complete loss for them.
now God Squad starting to get some significant vision control around that Baron. They've got the double Infernal and a 2,500 gold lead, so they have the opening to try and play aggressively for that objective. The hard part is that if either of their primary carries, being Akros and Beastlands, get caught by the Lux, things go south very quickly, because one snare is pretty much enough to ensure a kill on one of those carries, especially if Akros doesn't have the passive. Now, that can buy some time, but still the collapse from Asian Imports is almost enough to take down the egg in quick succession as well. So God Squad really going to need fancy feet from their carries to survive in these fights.
Yeah, seriously, fancy feet from their carries. They need to be dodging out on these Lux Light Bindings. She's 7-0-4 right now, building towards that Rabadon's death cap, and she's going to be huge in these fights if she can land in the Light Binding onto 1 or 2 members.
Mountain Drake started here by Asian Imports, and there's not even going to be a contest here from God Squad, so the Elemental Drake count evens up at 2 as Asian Imports looking to continue to force the issue in this game. They got the opening they needed, getting more shoes going with that huge quadra kill near the 3rd Infernal Drake, and it brought them back to a near even footing here, but God Squad has not just let them have it back for free. They've gotten a fight of their own sense, but that's going to be the Light Binding, and the wall will not block the laser from the Lux, and
so
here's big
CC.
trouble. Another Light Binding onto Akros. He's going to be forced into the egg and taken down here. Asian Imports finds their fight, and they can look for mid lane tower, possibly even Baron. They will rotate to the objective, and the contest will be difficult. Smite is available for God Squad, but without the Ashe and Anivia, it's going to be a tall task for God Squad to get in here.
Yeah, Asian Imports has a Mountain Drake. This Baron's going to be going down very quick. I don't think the Vi is in a position to try and steal this, so it looks like Asian Imports are just going to take this Baron for themselves.
25.5 minutes. Asian Imports grab the fight in the mid lane, still down by 500 gold, but it does not matter. They've secured the first Baron of this game, and with all the standing gold on the map, considering they've only taken a single tower so far, they can close that gap and start to build a lead very quickly with this Baron power play.
Yeah, and all that started off with Morshoes finding another Light Binding. This guy shows that he knows this champion very well.
Here is the collapse in the jungle. God Squad looking for a fight of their own. They've taken down Bear King, but here comes Morshoes. He's got one taking down the support, and Ben Dodgen is down as well. The dredge line will grab the Ornn. You are not getting away from the Nautilus. Korean Banana goes down. The shutdown for Draco Ham, and another fight for Asian Imports going 1 for 3.
Yeah, 1 for 3. You're going to take that all day as Asian Imports. They have the Baron buff. They're going to be able to get priority in their lanes, and they're going to be able to push for these turrets very soon. But Anivia, even with the Baron buff, can still wave clear very well. She's probably the best wave clearing mid laner in the entire game. But as long as Asian Imports have their members close by, they have the Nautilus, they have the Udyr, they're going to be able to deny Anivia from being able to, sit there, farm this wave. But again, nobody really trying to push very hard for it. They're allowing Anivia to wave clear it for now.
It's a very difficult task here for Beastlands and Akros to stay safe in these fights. There's so much crowd control from the side of Asian Imports. We talked about what God Squad brings to the table with all their hard CC, but no slouches on Asian Imports as well. You get the ultimate coming in from the Scion. Nautilus has so many different ways to lock you down, and then you add on top of the fact that Morshoes has been hitting all of the Light Bindings, at least the key ones in these fights. It's very difficult to escape, and the follow-up is very easy once you get caught by that Light Binding, because you're going to just eat a dredge line immediately after. So God Squad has their work cut out for them here. They need to find the perfect fight. Their best fights have been when they're able to catch Asian Imports without their mid laner, without more shoes around. That has been when things have gone right for God Squad, and they're going to need to find another one of those as the push comes in mid lane for Asian Imports. Another Light Binding onto the support, but Hawaiian Kona will be able to get away, but that does knock down mid lane tier 1 there. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will go right between the uprights there, and Hawaiian Kona again eats the ultimate from Morshoes as he just throws out Light Bindings on cooldown here, trying to force God Squad away from this tower. They don't even seem concerned about getting kills at this point. They just want the towers. They want to force the issue. Oh, but that's going to be the light binding. No ultimate available, but still, that's one kill for Draco Ham. Here comes the rest of the team. Locking them down. Wacky Strawberry setting them up. More Shoes grabs another kill. Kenazito takes down Hawaiian Kona, and that's going to be the base broken open for God Squad. They're looking to take the middle and Hib.
That might just be the game.
They could keep pushing. The bot lane and mid is down. It's just Ben Dodgen in Korean Banana left to defend, but they won't even have the damage or the wave clear. There goes one Nexus Tower. The Orange Horn has been activated. Does get the knockup. Ben Dodgen take down Wacky Strawberry, but he's going to fall to Kenazito. Korean Banana is tanky, but not tanky enough. The tower will fall, and Asian Imports down, but not out. They'll take the win against God Squad in week 6.
Yeah, sub 29-minute win. And remember, that game was very close, those first 12, 14 minutes, and then Asian Imports just started running away with the games. As soon as Lux started to get that priority in the mid lane, hit those light bindings, that was when you saw the tides of the pace of the game change a bit, and Asian Imports really starts to pull away with that lead.
And you talk about the pace really picked up. You get that quadra kill from More Shoes, and now we were talking about how God Squad had kind of the initiation when they wanted. They could get the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They had so much follow-up CC to set things up that they could kind of dictate when they wanted to start fights. But once More Shoes was a threat, Asian Imports had the same thing. They had so many forms of CC. One light binding, you're going to die. We're going to force a fight. And Asian Imports was taking every single opportunity. More Shoes was looking extremely impressive on the Lux. He's got way more in his pocket than just the Anivia. A big performance from him, as well as I want to highlight Bear King. Bear King, things were a little rough early. You talk about he's a little later of a jungler. You want to hit like that level 3, level 4, have a little more access to your abilities. And we saw so much action from Ben Dodgen on the map that it really seemed like the Vine was dominating the early game, but Bear King was just biding his time, knew that his time was coming, and really started to go off, setting up his team. Couple of aggressive plays there to get More Shoes and Kenazito going, and I think a big performance there from the jungler as well on Asian Imports.
Oh yeah, definitely. Bear King played really well around More Shoes. You saw him target that mid lane whenever Anivia's sums were down, focus that, went along with More Shoes, landed the CC, and managed to pick up a lot of kills. But again, More Shoes, seriously, every single time this guy plays the game, everything he touches turns to gold. You saw those light bindings land on everyone, and as soon as they did, the rest of Asian Imports just pulled the trigger on these fights. The Scion Ultimate came out, the Nautilus Dredge line came out, his CC came out, and Twitch was able to just free hit the entire time.
Definitely an impressive performance from him. And one thing I do want to keep on later in the broadcast and throughout the end of the season is Korean Banana. We see him on something a little different than the Aurelia. I don't know that it's necessarily his fault, but it didn't seem like he quite had the agency to get his team going in that game. So something we'll have to keep an eye on. We are going to head to a short break though, folks. But when we return, more action from week number 6 of Late Night League. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 6 of Late Night League. Yeso and Seal here to bring you more action after we saw a very interesting game between God Squad and Asian Imports in the Central region. And now we will have a game between SR5, a newer team, against Peaked High School here. Draft is done, so we're about ready to get into the game. Anything that stands out to you so far in Champion Select as we get ready to start this one off?
So first off, there's a Zed in this game. And Zed receiving some pretty recent nerfs, still a pretty high pick. One of the most mechanical mid laners and very hard to pull off in those team fights. So I'm curious to see how they're going to pilot this Zed during that game. But there's also, for the side of Peaked High School, they have the Galio J4 combo. J4 can Cataclysm in, and nobody can escape if they don't have Flash Up from the Galio ultimate. And that's huge for their team fighting. So I think Peaked High School has more of a Wombo combo style comp, but we'll see if SR5 can kind of counter that with their own comp.
Should be an interesting game. We also have the Akali for SR5, so a couple of different assassins there with the Zed versus the Akali, so should be some very fun things to watch here. We'll see some more Nautilus this game, and we actually have the Amumu in the jungle for SR5 has kind of come back a little bit, not quite the most meta jungler, but those Cinderhulk buffs have been very good for Amumu as he has returned to the scene a little bit here over the last few weeks.
And in addition to the Amumu, SR5 also picked themselves that Lucian Thresh bot lane, one of the highest kill pressure bot lanes. If Thresh lands a hook, that's almost certainly going to be a death with the early power paired with the Lucian. So
they don't call it death sentence for nothing.
Exactly, and I've even heard it called the wife steal lane since from all the lore. Thresh steals Lucian's wives.
We just call him. We'll call him just Mr. Steel Girl.
Yeah, Mr. Steel Girl along with Lucian. Here we go.
It's perfect. It's perfect. So an interesting matchup here between SR5 and Peaked High School. We should be into the match here in just a few seconds. Hope you guys are enjoying everything tonight. And if you guys do enjoy tonight, or maybe League isn't quite your thing, don't forget that we have weekly leagues across the entire week. We've got Rocket League, Street Fighter, Super Smash Brothers, Fortnite. So if League isn't quite your thing, we've got quite the selection for you guys, so make sure to tune in throughout the week here at twitch.tv/esports arena. Go to our website and see all of the information for that. And if you want to participate, come into all of our locations. We are all across the country. Tulsa, we are in Dallas, in California, here in Santa Ana, all over the place. So make sure to come in, check out our locations, come and participate, hang out with us. We'd certainly love to see you guys here if you're local to Orange County. So make sure to come in and participate in any of our leagues. But we're about ready to get into game here as we finish up the spectator delay SR5 against Peaked High School, our second game of the night. We certainly kicked the night off with a very interesting game. God Squad with a very big early game, but weren't able to push that lead through to mid and late as Asian Imports, as they've done throughout the season. They are never quite out of a game, and they were able to bring that one back. So we'll have to see if this next one is as tight as we started with.
Yeah, definitely. I'd be pretty amazed if this one manages to live up to last game's hype, but here we go.
On to the Rift here, SR5 on the blue side, and on the red side we do have Peaked High School. A pretty view of us, along with the game up above us.
I can see both the game and us. That's great.
It's so pretty. I know you guys don't get enough of our beautiful faces, but we are there over into the game, and a little bit of an invade here, set up by Peaked High School. Big trouble here.
Rush camp.
Flash away from the Thresh. Can he actually escape? Are you kidding me? The level 1 is not impressive from Peaked High School. That is going to be the flash in and first blood there for the Zed. Soaring Eagle going to grab that one. So a good start there for Peaked High School, but doesn't feel too great. Both summoners spent there by the Zed, but he is still able to get that kill. We'll have to see. That was late enough that he won't elect to back, so we won't get that lead manifesting here at level 1. We'll have to wait until the first back before that one will show up in this lane, but that does at least mean an extra long sword when Soaring Eagle does decide to go back to base. But back to the mid lane to duel here with the Akali.
Yeah, so when he does end up going for that first back, he's going to have that extra 400 gold in his pocket, and that's going to make it really hard for the Akali to match him in the early game. Again, Akali's build path a bit more expensive now, since the Bilgewater Cutlass is a bit more expensive. It's 100 gold more expensive to buy now. So it's going to be about one more minion wave that he has to farm in order to pick that item up. And Zed already starting out with 400 gold lead is going to make it even more difficult for Akali to match Zed in the early game.
Hirashi starting on his blue side, clears out the blue buff and his Gromp. Looks like he's going for a full clear on that side. The Scuttle Crab changes most noticeable in these early jungle paths. Hirashi, typically you see the J4 tank that first camp, blue buff, and almost always going straight to the Scuttle Crab, but can go to one other camp and then there, but instead electing to clear out blue Gromp, then over to his red buff, as that Scuttle Crab will not be up for at least another, 30 seconds to be exact. So things shifting a little bit, but some early pressure junglers here. Amumu not the greatest in those first few levels, but once you have Bandage Toss, you can go to a lane and set up a gank. So both of these junglers can affect these lanes early if they so choose. And here comes Hirashi to the mid lane trying to catch Vilix. Will force out the flash there. Don't know if there was too much threat coming from the Zed, but Vilix not going to chance it. Flashing away from the flag. And Dragon will avoid that first gank to mid lane.
Yeah, Zed did hit that level 3 and have access to that Living Shadow, so I think that was a good flash coming from the Akali. She didn't have the Shroud up, and the J4 EQ would have landed, so kept her alive there. And sure, she's down a summoner, but so is Zed.
Aggression on the top side here. Big trouble for Kramu. He's going to get collapsed on as the gank will work this time. Hirashi gets top side and gets a kill.
Yeah, really clean gank from the driver. And again, he didn't have to blow flash again for this skill. And interesting choice from the Nautilus not to use his flash to get out of the EQ, but you know, still ends up going down. And probably not too bad. It's a tank v tank matchup in the top lane, so you're not going to see either of these picks really punish the other too hard.
Yeah, the Amumu here, Nosy Kitten Kisser. Great name. Clearing out the Raptor camp. Back to the top side now, able to force out the flash here as Kramu didn't elect to use it in that first gank, but it will be down now as both summoner spells now not available for the Nautilus. Vilix taking quite a bit of damage there in the mid lane. The Ignite pretty much used on cooldown there by Soaring Eagle. Used it at level 1 to secure the kill onto Loose Seal. And they got the invade, and now onto the Akali, trying to force Vilix out of lane.
Yeah, Peaked High School doing so much in this early game on the drive.
Oh, Vilix, the Shuriken will finish it off. Hirashi is going to go down. There is Nosy Kitten Kisser did get to mid lane to respond, so it's a 1-4-1, but that's still a 2-0 Zed, and Villix again pushed out of lane. Doesn't even have teleport, so that means the Akali will get to lane very late, and that's a 15 CS lead already for Soaring Eagle. Now he can back with 17, near 1,800 gold in his pocket. That's going to be a very scary Zed when he comes back to lane. Already has the long sword. We'll have to see what he goes for the purchase first. This is back. We'll come through. We'll keep an eye on that here in just a second. That's just
that's a lot of AD he picked up on that back. The Serrated Dirk and 2 more long swords. That's so much damage he has. And when he gets that first ultimate at level 6, he's going to have potentially the damage to take down whoever he tries to ult. But seriously, Yurashi, so much impact in these first 4 minutes of the game. Blows 2 flashes, gets 2 kills, and just barely had to use his own flash to try and get out on the last one. So impressive early game coming out from Peaked High School's jungler. Yeah, we talked earlier about how those really heavy early ganking junglers have been kind of pushed a little bit back in the meta since the changes to the Scuttle Crab, but Yurashi still playing that style, still making it look very good and very effective here for Peaked High School. So seems like those changes have not affected Yurashi so far, and got his team out to a great start. Up 2 kills and about 1,500 gold here as Soaring Eagle has returned to that mid lane, looking to force Villix a little back towards his tower, starting the push going as he clears out that wave fairly well. Good. Death Sentence is going to catch out Peanut Butter there. Big trouble. The Ignite is burning, but here comes the Galio. Is going to get the double taunt, and now here comes the J4. Flag and drag in. But that is flashes away. No summoner spells for the SR5 bottom lane. Both Illusion and Thresh using all of theirs, so that is a very unsafe bottom lane now if anybody comes down here. Good turnaround from Peaked High School. Yeah, definitely. Oh, another kill going over top lane. Yeah, Johnny Vitro, they were going to get caught out, pushed too far forward, and as Nosy Kitten Kisser gets up to the top side, lands the bandage toss, sets up that kill for the Amumu, who is also 2-0 here. So SR5 trying to close the gap here and get things rolling. Down still 1,600 gold. Peaked High School certainly in the driver's seat early in this game. They're going to set up for an early Infernal Drake here. This is 2 games in a row we've seen that first Infernal. We'll have to see if RNG will let either of these teams stack up those Infernal Drakes, as that one will go over to Peaked High School. Yeah, Yurashi getting so much pressure for his lane from all his ganks, blows so many summoners, and manages to help his bot lane, which should be actually a losing lane against the Thresh Lucian. Helps them get that priority so they can rotate for the Drake and pick up that early Infernal. And the Zed sitting on 3-0-0 already at 7 minutes. This guy is so far ahead already. I mean, it's crazy because you look at the CS differential. We'll have to take a pause on that as trouble top lane once more for Peaked High School. Johnny Vitro will drop. That's a 3rd kill for Nosy Kitten Kisser. Having a great early game so far on the Amumu. Participating in as many kills as his counterpart in Yurashi. But one thing I want to note is the CS differential. It's about 25 for Peanut Butter in the bottom lane, and Lucian Thresh is a very powerful dual lane in the laning phase. So much kill pressure. You already talked about the death sentence. There's so much CC early available for the Thresh, and then the damage from the Lucian when you get the double tap. And it's just crazy to see a bot lane that's that good early getting punished and getting dominated in the CS department. Yeah, I think when they lost their sums early, it meant that they couldn't play up in their lane. Galio has flash, Kaisa has both her summoners, and Jarvan always has that very far engage range, so they have to play with respect to that. They can't play as aggressive as they would like to, and they've had to concede some CS in that department. SR5, the bot lane, in a bit of trouble right now, but the rest of the map is doing okay. Villix is 0-2, but topside is looking very good, especially Nosy Kitten Kisser, who has had some great effect early. Yurashi with a Cataclysm into mid lane. It will be traded back, though, the shutdown there for Villix on to the Zed, so that's some good gold going into the pockets of the Akali, but we again get a 1-for-1 trade in mid lane as Yurashi continues to make his presence felt on the map, but Nosy Kitten Kisser doing his best to match the pressure of the J4. Yeah, both these junglers picking up 4 early her picking up participation, 4 early kills before 10 minutes. Lots of action between these guys, knowing where to target on the map, knowing how to target on the map, and being able to pick up these kills.
Seems like these junglers doing their best to just match each other and one-up each other in the pressure department. Yurashi got things started off, but Nosy Kitten Kisser is not letting him have the spotlight on his own. That's a 3-0-1 Amumu, and it appears to be going for the Runic Echoes, as he does have the Fiendish Codex here, so going to be a little more of a damage-heavy start for the Amumu, trying to affect these lanes. Has a solid front line already. I mean, Kramu top lane is going to go heavily tank, as that's going to be some good damage onto Lucille. Ooh, the Kaisa doing a lot of work there for Peanut Butter as the Thresh nearly going down, but Kramu and Lucille do make up a pretty solid front line. They're fairly tanky. The Thresh, not the tankiest, but when you get the armor stacking through his passive and a lot of the items that he builds can be very difficult to kill, so it doesn't seem like it's necessary for the Amumu to go a more tankier build as Soaring Eagle with the 1v1 kill in mid lane. Vilix goes down and won't get the return kill this time.
Yeah, Soaring Eagle already sitting on that Yumu's Ghostblade and an extra longsword. There's so much AD, and you have to respect that as the Akali in this matchup. Didn't use the flash, didn't use the ultimate to try to escape, and Soaring Eagle just picks up that kill fairly effortlessly.
Now Yurashi and Soaring Eagle rotate to the Rift Herald, looking to secure this objective. They've already got the first Elemental Drake. That Infernal going over to Peaked High School, and they're looking to take the Rift Herald and get some map pressure here. They will give the Eye of the Herald over to Yurashi. Now we'll have to see where he wants to go on the map. Heading towards the top side. We'll have to see if there's vision there. Lucille in big trouble. Trying to run away from the Kaisa. The heal from the Lucian. But that's not going to be the save there. The kill going over to the Galio. But here comes Nosy Kitten Kisser. They're going to try and turn this around. Curse of the Sad Mummy will land onto 2. But can he take out the Kaisa? Yes, he will. That's the kill. Now on to the Galio. Here comes the Lucian. Robo coming in to try and take him out, but here comes Soaring Eagle trying to turn this around. That's going to be the kill for the Lucian. TP coming in from top side as Kramu is on his way, but actually that will be stopped thanks to the unstoppable force of Johnny Vitro top side.
Yeah, that TP is still enough to delay Soaring Eagle from going in onto SR5's bot lane, but good cancel on it from Johnny Vitro.
In the jungle bot side, Nosy Kitten Kisser gets caught out by Yurashi, as well as top lane. Kramu able to get the kill in the 1v1 on Johnny Vitro. Yurashi wants more. They're trying to get onto Lucille. He did get the knockup from the flag and drag, but there's still so much damage coming from Soaring Eagle. Vilix trying to keep his support safe, and Peaked High School will back away for the time being.
Yeah, Soaring Eagle still has that death mark. You can't go in too aggressive against him, especially when you get chunked out like that, so good of Thresh to kind of just throw out the sentence and walk away.
Lucille's got to be very careful. 0-2 start has not been the ideal early game for the Thresh, and we'll have to see how passively Lucille plays from now on with how difficult this early game has been for the SR5 bottom lane. A newer team, as we mentioned earlier, some faces we haven't seen throughout this season in the Galio ult to mid lane. That just seems like a quick rotation there from Peaked High School support. Looking to get in here, possibly help Soaring Eagle get the push, but Soaring Eagle is just going to back right away. So not sure what the hero's entrance was for there, but maybe a misclick. It happens. We all fat finger every once in a while.
Oh yeah, it definitely happens. It could have been, potentially to delay the Akali going in. She did get Zed chunked out pretty low, but they also had Yurashi waiting in the wing, so maybe they were looking to make a play towards the mid lane.
Possibly, but nothing happens there. Just Soaring Eagle backing away. So Peaked High School has a little bit less of that map pressure for a few moments while the hero's entrance has to charge back up.
Soaring Eagle with a 1,600 gold lead in the mid lane. He's huge this game already. And with Zed, he's one of the most snowbally mid laners I can think of as an assassin in the game. He's going to have a great time getting access to the squishy members of SR5. And I think that he'll be able to take down pretty much anyone he sets his eyes to right now.
We're seeing the rotation here up to mid lane. That's a death mark on the Amumu. The Curse of the Sad Mummy comes down, but it won't save anybody. Nosy Kitten Kisser flashes away to escape, but that's the flash hit. Soaring Eagle with the shuriken will finish off the kill, and now they're looking to take down mid. 2 kills in a mid lane for Peaked High School, and they're pushing, looking for a second tower. They don't have the wave. we'll be here in just a moment. We'll see if they have the time. There's no response from SR5, instead electing to push these side lanes. So this could be a free mid-tier 2 for Peaked High School, as the late response from SR5 will not save this tower. Kramu on his way, but won't get here anytime soon. That's 2 towers in mid for Peaked High School. A big swing for the team on the red side.
Yeah, definitely. Great play from Peaked High School, recognizing that both the Amumu and Akali were trying to go for this play onto Peaked High School's mid laner, and punishes them pretty heavily. You know, 2 kills going down, 2 turrets going down, and that's a lot of gold in Peaked High School's pockets after that play.
Now sitting on a 4.5, make that 3,500 gold lead, excuse me. Math is not quite my forte, but then about 3.5K gold lead there for Peaked High School, as we have eclipsed that 15-minute mark, so all the turret plating is gone, and these teams starting to look to play around some neutral objectives. The Drake is up.
Yeah, it is a Cloud Drake, so not the highest priority, but it still looks like Peaked High School is going to go for this play.
SR5 is going to start it. This could be big trouble. Robohomo already used the Relentless Pursuit, so he has to flash over the wall as Yurashi shows up. A rough misplay there for the SR5 bottom laner. Soaring Eagle's on the other side of the wall. He's going to elect to finish his back here. Didn't want to go aggressive for that play, and SR5 just backs off, as well as Peaked High School, from this Cloud Drake, so we will see a stall here around this objective. Looks like both teams looking to focus on the lanes here for a moment. Good bandage toss. That's going to catch out Peanut Butter. He's in trouble. Villick's going to be able to secure the kill. The flash, not enough to save the Kaisa. And SR5 gets their 8th kill.
Yeah, picking up the kill on the Peaked High School's AD carry might allow SR5 to get some pressure towards this mid lane, towards this Drake. But again, it is just the Cloud Drake, not the highest priority one, but Soaring Eagle does take down Robohomo after losing his flash, so yeah, not much you could do there as a Lucian when Zed's 5-1-2. It goes on to you. Now he's 6-1-2.
Very big Zed so far, sitting on a 42 CS lead right now as well. You get the 6-1-2 scoreline plus that huge CS lead, and this Zed is extremely scary. Everybody has to worry about him on the map, and we're going to see aggression in the river. Yurashi's in trouble. He is going to get stunned, but able to flag and drag away from the heavy CC of Amumu and Nautilus. Kramu and Nosy Kitten Kiss are not able to lock down Yurashi long enough to secure that kill. Not a huge bounty on the J-Force head, as he did die a little bit earlier, but still 3-1-4. You do want to get him off the map if you can. Johnny Vitro in trouble, though. Gets caught by the Dredge Line, forced to flash away, as he didn't want to eat the ultimate from the Nautilus there, so he will back away. The Malphite has struggled heavily in this laning phase against Kramu's Nautilus.
Yeah, there's been a lot of focus from the Amumu on the top side of the map, so Johnny Vitro does kind of suffer a bit from that, but he does still have the CS lead in the lane. He's gotten more turret damage down, but just a bit of a trade in the kills on that side. And then Yurashi, I really love the item build coming in from him, as well as Soaring Eagle, the early Merc Treads. That's probably what allowed him to get out and survive the really heavy CC coming from Nautilus and Amumu in the earlier play.
Soaring Eagle in the bottom lane, looking Peaked High School, trying to get him split pushing a little bit, but they're going to get ear onto the bottom lane. This is big trouble. That's the double taunt. Flash away will not keep Loose Seal alive, but Felix is here to try and turn things around. Deathmark is out, trying to get the damage down, but that is the Zed dead. Now the ultimate, the hero's entrance, will not keep the support alive for long. Down goes the Galio. That's the double kill.
Oh.
There's the curse of the Sad Mummy. Peanut Butter gets one more kill back, but that's the 3 for 2 in favor of SR5.
And that full AP Amumu build doing so much work on the back end of this team fight. It looked like it was going in favor of Peaked High School, but Soaring Eagle goes down, Jeebus Creebus goes down, and Peanut Butter gets demolished by that the Rylized Runic Echoes Amumu.
Thank you to our resident observer today, Orion, for the hype zooms on stream. I am enjoying it thoroughly. There it is. That's going to be the Cloud Drake actually stolen there by Urashi, getting in to take away that objective. So that's 2 Elemental Drakes for Peaked High School, as SR5 has gotten some fights but not able to quite control the objectives. They have still yet to take a tower. Now, Cataclysm in mid lane catches out Kramu. Soaring Eagle is here for the damage, but Urashi's taken a lot back. This Nautilus does a lot of work, but not enough. Soaring Eagle will grab his 8th kill there on Kramu's Nautilus.
Yeah, Kramu, maybe he's been playing a bit too much that full EP Nautilus, thought he could solo out the Jarvan here, but this is the tank Nautilus. He's not going to have access to that much damage in his kit right now, and even if he did, the early Merc Treads, early Negatron Cloak coming in for Urashi means that he's not going to be able to go down that easily.
Yeah, the Nautilus, when you go that tank build, still has that damage power in the laning phase, just based off of his base damages on his abilities are very, very good, and that's why he's so good in support as well, because you give so much assistance along with the CC, but the damage to take players down in the duo lane, so, and that has shown up in the top lane as well. He has continually been able to bully out Johnny Vitro, but that's not going to manifest now when we're at the 20-minute mark. The J4 is working already on his 2nd item, and Soaring Eagle's there with 2 items already working on a 30. He's already got the serrated Dirk, so you're not going to have long enough. Yeah, you're not going to be alive long enough to make use of those base damages on the J4. So going to need to see some tempered aggression from Kramu, working more with Vilix as well as Robo to set up those kills. But Robo is going to go down here. Soaring Eagle going to grab another kill. Can they catch out Vilix? Taunt going to come down from the Galio. Can they collapse here on a Kramu? Flag and Drag will catch him out, and down goes the Nautilus once more. Jeebus Creebus able to grab that kill for Peaked High School, and now rotating towards the top side, possibly trying to set up for this Baron. We'll have to see. It is alive, 21 minutes in, and
yeah, looks like they are going to start.
Urashi goes straight there. Yep, that's going to be the start on the Baron. So SR5 needs to contest. They've got 2 members down, but Robo is up here in just a moment. Do they have the information? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, no wards down this area. They have a control ward on the pit. SR5 has no idea this is happening.
Nosy Kitten Kisser's on his way, so they will know now, but that's the Flag and Dragon, the Cataclysm onto him. Good, Curse of the Sad Mummy flashing away to buy some space. Looks like they will stop the Baron for now, but can they get the kills? Soaring Eagle's actually low, but that's the unstoppable force. Into the Flag and Dragon, down goes Vilix. That's the big carry for SL5 off the board there, and now Peaked will turn back to the Baron, but they're too low on the health bars to do that. So SR5 accomplished the objective of stopping that Baron take, but they lose Vilix in the process, so another kill to Peaked High School.
Yeah, lose 2 on that play. That's not that bad. You deter the Baron from happening, but that's not going to happen again next time. Peanut Butter about to pick up this Ginsu's Rage Blade on the Kaisa, and if she had it in that fight, they likely would have been able to take the Baron. But now, for now, just going to reset, get their buys in, and then their next time they go for Baron, they have that Ginsu's Rage Blade. It's going to go down so fast.
Nosy Kitten Kisser, we talked about the damage that he brings to the table, is starting to build a little tankier, getting some armor now to try and stay alive in these fights, but already has the Rylai's Crystal Scepter as well as that Runic Echo, so a lot of CC that he brings to the table as well as some solid AoE damage, so if he can stay alive in these fights, can start to really work through the health bars of Peaked High School, especially if he can get onto Soaring Eagle or Peanut Butter there. So that's going to be the key, is hitting those priority targets with the bandage toss and then chaining that into the Curse of the Sad Mummy. If he can do that, get the follow-up from the rest of his team, SR5 has the ability in these team fights to turn this game on its head. But at this point, Peaked High School with a 6,500 gold lead. They've got 4 towers to none, so thorough control across the map for Peaked High School, as SR5 has yet to take down a single structure or even neutral objective, as everything seems to go Peaked High School's way. Soaring Eagle is caught by the dredge line, trying to run away here as the Nautilus ultimate will knock him up. Vilix trying to take him out. He is going to go down. He's burning from the Ignite, and that's the shutdown for Vilix. Maybe a misplay here from Peaked High School is forced to flash away. There is Jeebus Creebus getting collapsed on in the jungle as he looked to attempt to help out his mid laner, but it won't go through. That's 1 kill for SR5, and they're possibly looking for a fight now.
Yeah, a bit of a catch from SR5 onto Soaring Eagle. Perhaps Jeebus Creebus not close enough to use that heroic entrance to try and save him, but good play from SR5 managing to pick that up. And I think the game state isn't really that bad for SR5 here. Most of the gold that Peaked High School has in that lead is on that Zed. And when SR5 has the big tank front line of the Nautilus, Amumu, and Thresh, it's going to be very difficult for Soaring Eagle to impact these team fights and get onto those squishy carries.
Johnny Vitro is also a big part of this peaked high school lineup. Yurashi has been the catalyst for a lot of plays for peaked high school and is going to start this Infernal Drake. Will be a second one for peaked high school as Nosy Kitten Kisser isn't going to get over the wall, but Johnny Vitro, if he can get a great unstoppable force, he's sitting on 2 items, so he's pretty tanky right now. Heavy on the resistances, now just looking for some help. And there's the unstoppable force that they needed, but it isn't quite on to the major carries. Taunt on to 3. Soaring Eagle needs to get some kills. Peanut Butter is down, but Yurashi trades a kill back. Now they're trying to turn onto Villix. That's the double kill for the J4. Jeebus Creepus will go down, so it's 2-4-2. Backing away, Johnny Vitro is fairly low. Soaring Eagle still very healthy. Flash away from the death sentence. Yurashi has to escape it to 2-for-2, and SR5, being behind, are happy to take those even trades.
Yeah, so much work done from the Akali in that fight. Solos out Peanut Butter on the Kaisa, and then not much really help for the Galio. Jeebus Creepus does go down. So much CC again from SR5's backline, and Lucian comes to save them at the end of the fight. But imagine if he was there at the beginning. That might have been a fight way more in favor of SR5. Potentially could have seen some turrets going down, or maybe even some play towards the Baron.
SR5 just stalling this game out. They want to get Villix to be a huge threat. 2 items now, working on his 3rd. Villix has the Gunblade as well as the Zonya's Hourglass, and 7 kills to his name, but 8 deaths as he has struggled in the 1v1 against Soaring Eagle, who is sitting at 10, 3, and 6, working on his 4th item. Most likely a Guardian Angel, as he does have that stopwatch in his inventory, so it will just make Soaring Eagle that much more difficult to take down and so much more of a threat in these fights. Robo trying to clear waves under this tower, but here comes the Zed. That's the death mark. Can Robo get away? It's not going to be enough. Soaring Eagle with his 11th kill, and now he's looking for the tower bot side. The rest of his team pressuring top lane, clearing out some waves, and starting to set up around this Baron. The Zed going to look for some side lane pressure here.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the lane assignment coming in from SR5. Lucian, not the best. Lucian actually probably the best target for Soaring Eagle to jump onto. You don't want to sit him in the side lane against that Zed. So maybe I think it would be better to have the Nautilus or the Akali try to match the Zed in the side lane, but really good play from Big Tyso, and that's going to get them access onto this Baron. And nobody from SR5 knows this is happening.
Yurashi and Peaked High School have started this one off, and no vision around the pit for SR5 means they're going in blind. Johnny Vitro setting up in the Pixel Brush, looking for the unstoppable force. Kramu coming in is going to land the dredge line onto 1, but they're going to collapse. Kramu trying to lock things up. That's the curse of the Sad Mummy and a lot of damage. The flash away from Peanut Butter won't get him far enough away. That's the kill for Nosy Kitten Kisser. This could be the turn for SR5. Jeebus Creepus gets 1. Nosy Kitten Kisser is down. Robo Hobo trying to get in, takes him down. Jeebus Creepus falls. The triple for the Lucian, and SR5 is coming back, looking for the Baron.
Such a well-played team fight from SR5. The Mumu got the AoE damage off onto all the members of Peaked High School. They were low from the Baron, and yet, here we go. Zed might try to go for this steal, but
Soaring Eagle, there's some low health bars here. No smite available. He's into the pit. He's going to take down Kramer. Now death mark onto 1. There goes the Lucian. Now looking for Lucille. He is going to get the kill. Now he's looking for the Baron. Can he get it? Villix is here. The Baron goes to Peaked High School. The kill will go back to Villix, but that's the objective secured for Peaked High School. That is actually Baron buff onto nobody. Let's be clear. The ace came through for SR5, so nobody on Peaked has Baron buff.
Soaring High School, or Soaring Eagle rather, saves the game.
It might as well be Soaring High School with the way he's playing. Just rename the school.
Yeah, he's earned that at this point. Saves the game for his team. Baron was going to go to SR5, but he goes in there 1v3s around the Baron, and sure, the Akali shows up and kills him, but steals the Baron, makes sure that nobody from SR5 gets access to that Baron buff, and even though nobody's going to have Baron on them for the next 5 minutes or so, that's still an amazing play from Soaring Eagle and gets the team still in this game.
That is a huge denial there from Soaring Eagle, making sure that nobody on SR5 gets it. And I mean, even if he doesn't secure the Baron and Felix gets it, that's Baron buff on one single member. You also get the 3 kills, the extra gold onto that Zed, who is a huge carry for Peaked High School. So it really seemed like after those 3 kills, no matter how that play went, that was a great play for Soaring Eagle. But even better to steal away the Baron, and now a 7,000 gold lead here for Peaked High School. They've got the double Infernal Drake on a team that scales very, very well here. And the Zed has been terrifying throughout this game, and is only that much scarier now. You saw it in that fight at the Baron, and Soaring Eagle is going to continue to be a huge threat in this game.
Yeah, now Soaring Eagle, after picking up that triple kill on the Baron gold, picks up the last Whisper. He's actually going to be able to do meaningful damage to these tanks on the side of SR5 now, so they can't be, as aggressive against the Zed, because he's going to be able to match their damage and be able to take down the tanks potentially.
I mean, we can look, that's a near 5,000, it's about 4,500 gold lead for the Zed over the Akali. Just a dominant performance here by Soaring Eagle. 14, 4, and 6. And I mean, this will be a pre-35-minute full build Zed.
Yeah, this guy has so much gold on him already. He's just missing out, less than 2k gold to finish up this last Whisper item. And by then, who knows what the game state is going to be like then, but it looks like he's getting jumped on.
Yeah, he's going to get collapsed on in the bottom lane. They're trying to lock him down, but he's got the GA. That is 4 members here. Oh, but the jukes from Soaring Eagle. He's trying to escape. Bandage Dodge will catch him, but he still will come back. Here's the hero's entrance from the galley. Will knock up 4. They're going to get the collapse here. Taunt onto all of them, and the Zed's going to get away, but Village going for the follow. Robo's going to get the kill onto Jeebus Creebus, but Soaring Eagle survives.
And Peaked High School's attacking the top lane. They're going to be able to take down the inhibitor. They're doing all of this as Soaring Eagle rather, by so much time for Peaked High School. And great job from Jeebus Creebus jumping in, allowing Soaring Eagle to get away when he was surely going to go down if the Galio didn't react. But man, you take that, sacrifice your support for an inhibitor, you'll take that trade any day.
That tells you exactly how strong this Zed is. SR5 sent their entire team to go kill Soaring Eagle, and they couldn't even do it. He gets the assist from the hero's entrance, gets away. SR5 cannot take him down. He survives, and they lose top lane tower, top lane inhibitor. That is another huge swing for Peaked High School as Soaring Eagle just continues to be a threat. SR5, they seem stuck between a rock and a hard place. You go take out Soaring Eagle and trying to set yourself up to win a team fight, but if you do that, you're going to lose your base, and then if you go defend up there, then you're forced to either put someone in a 1v1 that they're probably going to die to Soaring Eagle, or you're going to lose something down there. So it's really a hard spot for SR5 to be in terms of the macro play, because it seems like no matter what they decide to do, they are going to choose wrong.
Yeah, right now, especially with Peaked High School taking that top lane inhibitor and turret, it means that they're going to get access to this Baron much more readily than SR5 is going to be able to.
Soaring Eagle with another solo kill there, taking down Vilix, getting the Ignite out of the Akali as well, and still surviving with over half of his health as that Lord Dominic's Regard finished. So that's a complete full build Zed there at 32 minutes. He is a big boy. All he'll be buying now is consumables to buff himself up, but that Zed has hit his peak here. Only fitting for the Peaked High School mid laner here. They're up 5 kills. They've got the 4 Elemental Drakes, 2 Infernal, a single Cloud, and the Mountain, and they're looking to threaten onto Baron once that is available, but they're going to look for the base first here as they're pressuring in mid lane. They've got Soaring Eagle in the bottom lane again, so this is the 4-1 setup from Peaked High School. Wave Clear trying to come out here as the Lucian puts out the ultimate. Robo forces the flash away, and the turret will go down. They've got the Cataclysm on a Kramu. He is going to fall. Johnny Vitro grabs that kill. That's the flash in. The taunt onto 1 as Lucille has to back away. Jeebus Creebus taking quite a bit of damage here, but he's fairly tanky. His team's going to take the mid inhibitor, but here comes Villix trying to get onto the squishy carries. Irashi able to back away. Villix taking a lot of damage, is going to go gold. He's just going to get collapsed on. That's the double kill as the Shuriken comes through for the Zed. And here comes Peaked High School. They want to finish this one off. The taunt onto Robo. Here comes the rest of the team. Down goes the Lucian. He'll trade 1 kill back, but it won't matter. The ace and the game will go to Peaked High School over SR5.
Yeah, Peaked High School not even needing the Baron buff to finish off the game. Just killing the Baron, denying it from SR5 was enough to give them that priority in their lanes, get back into the game. and managed to pick up those kills in that last really explosive team fight.
Very big fight there. Not enough left for SR5 to finish that one off, and that means a big win there for Peaked High School as they take the victory here in the first round of the Western Region tournament here in week number 6. A huge statement win from Peaked High School as they're looking to climb those standings, push their way into that top 3, and try and threaten Fruitling and the E-Boys, who have been very, very solid throughout this season.
Yeah, seriously, really great play from Peaked High School as a whole team. They had that priority in the bot lane. Their jungler was matching SF5's jungler very well. And Soaring Eagle, what else more can I say? Such impressible impeccable play from him rather in this game.
I mean, one of the most impressive performances we've seen throughout this season. It's up there with Korean Bananas Aurelia from week 1. More shoes and Nivea from weeks 2 and 4. So really a huge statement game there from the Zed in Soaring Eagle, just trying to put his name up there with some of the best in Late Night League Season 2. So an impressive carry performance and really a good performance across the board. Really the only lane not going Peaked High School's way was top lane. The Nautilus, Kremu, fairly well dominating Johnny Vitro there, but I think Johnny Vitro did a good job of, obviously, you just build tank on the Malphite and surviving as long as he could, and then getting to the team fight phase where he knows, I just press R on their carries and we can win these fights. He knew that he had the backup from the rest of his team, so Johnny Vitro did what he had to do in the mid and late game to set his team up for success. But you talk about bottom lane went so well. That Lucian Thresh lane that's supposed to dominate early actually loses pretty heavily. Yurashi, a big part of that, getting into mid and bottom lanes, setting up his carries and pushing Peak to a very big win.
Yeah. It all started off the back of Yurashi, but again, Soaring Eagle, Yurashi, these carries for the side of Peaked High School, so much work that they put in, and it's just great to see when you can have two players like that really just impact the entire team.
A very shining performance from jungle and mid lane for Peaked High School as they grab that win in the first round of the Western Region. SR5 still has more games ahead of them. We'll have to see how well they do in the losers side of the bracket. We may see them later tonight if they can keep things running, but Peaked High School will move on, and we may see more action from them later as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on how things shake out on that front. We are going to head to a short break, though, folks, but don't worry. There's plenty of Late Night League action coming the rest of the night, so don't touch those browsers. Seal and I will be back in just a few moments. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Week 6 of Late Night League. Yeso and Seal here as we have hit the grand finals for the Central Region. God Squad rematching against Asian Imports. This will be a best-of-1 winner-take-all matchup here to end out Week 6's Central Region play. And God Squad had a great early game against Asian Imports to start off the day here on our broadcast, but weren't able to push it through to a victory. Asian Imports found that big fight in the mid-game from Warshoes, got him that quadra kill on the Lux, and they pretty much took over the game from there. God Squad tried to stay alive, but weren't quite able to do enough to pull out a victory, so we'll have to see what kind of adjustments we get here. One thing we will notice, and just so everybody knows for the draft order, Korean Banana is still playing in top lane. There was a bit of an issue with his client in pick ban, so they wanted to ensure that they had someone who could ban in adequate time there for the side of God Squad. So that's why Ben Dodgen is up picking first. But that will mean that Korean Banana is still topside. But any adjustments that you want to see from God Squad draft-wise, given what we've already seen, to try and pull out a victory against Asian Imports?
I already like the first change they made. I like the Akali on the team. I imagine that's going to go in the top lane for Korean Banana. It's what he played in the last game. It wasn't on broadcast, but it is his same pick from the last game. And they won that game to get them into the grand finals. So I like that adaptation. He wasn't able to really impact the entire map as the Ornn. And as a carry, he's going to be able to do, the same things he would do with an Irelia, but this time it's just an Akali.
Really just felt like in that earlier matchup against Asian Imports that Korean Banana just wasn't enough of a threat. And it just meant that Bear King and Morshoes could focus so heavily around mid and bot and put Beastlands and Akros behind. And Korean Banana on the Ornn could start some fights, but really wasn't enough of a damage threat and a potent player going to the back line there to take out Morshoes and Kenazito. So now on a little more of a proactive, damage-heavy pick here, Korean Banana could have the opportunity to try and have his footprint or his fingerprints all over this game. We will see Morshoes on his trademark Anivia getting it this time around. Akros had it in the first matchup, and interestingly enough, the Vi will be on the other foot here. Bear King, who took the Udyr in their first matchup, will get the Vi that Ben Dodgen had the first time around.
Yeah, this time, actually, Asian Imports being the ones to ban out the Udyr don't want to pick it for themselves. Instead, opt for the Vi and just ban out the Udyr.
And interestingly enough, the Nautilus and Scion on the side of Asian Imports means that Nautilus will go down to support again for Wacky Strawberry, and they'll have Dracoham again on the Scion. So another great frontline setup here from Asian Imports, running back the setup that they had in the first matchup, just switching things up in different parts of the map. And one thing to note here is Kenazito was on the Twitch in their first matchup this week, but won't get it this time around as it has been taken for Beastlands. So we'll have to see what they elect to pick up here. In terms of 80 carry bans, the Caitlyn and Callista are off the board, so we could see something like a Kaisa, maybe a Sivir, something that Kenazito has actually played a lot throughout this season. We'll have to see. It does give them some more wave clear to pair up with the Anivia. It's actually going to be the Jhin. Okay, this is interesting. I like the Jhin paired with the Nautilus. Nautilus, very easy setup for Jhin's
the Deadly Flourish.
The Deadly Flourish,
So
thank you.
yeah,
Thank you.
Very
It
good
escapes me
CC,
sometimes.
CC train coming in from there.
Yes.
And again, similar to what we saw in the first matchup between these two, lots of CC in that bot lane. You have the Braum on the side of God Squad, you have the Nautilus on the side of Asian Imports, and Jin's going to be able to also do the CC along with the Nautilus. Vi is going to be able to come in once she is at level 6, and unless God Squad has their flashes up, they're not going to be able to escape that just huge amount of CC coming from Asian Imports bot lane.
I like Hawaii Kona also going back to the Braum. As you mentioned, it was something that really got himself and Beastlands going in the early game last time around, was a huge catalyst, especially with Ben Dodgen coming down to the bottom lane. Ben Dodgen actually on the Urgot this time around, so an interesting selection there for the God Squad jungler, but there are certainly the tools for God Squad to have a repeat performance, at least in the early game. That's what they're going to need, but they need to push it through to mid and late. But as we hit Spectre delay, we are going to throw it to a short commercial break, but when we return, we will have the Central Region Grand Finals between Asian Imports and God Squad. Stick with us, folks. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Introducing Overpowered. Pre-built gaming desktops and laptops designed by Esports Arena with hand-picked hardware to deliver a powerful gaming experience. Stocked with serious memory, stunning graphics, and lightning speeds. Starting at $499. Overpowered. Ignite your game. Only on Walmart.com.
Now,
Is he going to go for it?
He
might.
Does he get the steal? Oh.
He doesn't get the steal, so that is kind of a disaster for Jarvan. And
Oh
so
my God,
many
Aurelia, the
low
resets.
red bars right now, and Aurelia essentially gets Boom of Blood still had his flash. He wouldn't have been able to get out of that in the first place. Boom of Blast takes the Lee Sin into the wall with him, loses his life because of it. Now this Twitch has a lot of damage now. Double kill, throws him in for the Lee Sin. Now this guy has to walk out. There's no way you're walking out. Of 4 people of God Squad. Now Snowflake is in the middle of the team. Hawaii Gaming is trying his best. He will get the kill. The shutdown does go over to Nautilus. Jax is just doing so much damage right now, but Morshoes comes in, snipes the support right off. The Sleepy Trouble lands on Vi. The damage from the burn is gonna, no, not wake him up at all. Spiky is gonna try to find a kill. Golden God is gone. And that will be the fight. They're trying to leverage the power of this Irelia, which is coming out right now, but he is able to resurrect. On the other side, Leona does go down. Peak High School is really taking the fight to them, and unfortunately, Korean Bana, or fortunately for him, does get the kill, and he's just gonna go for resets right now. But you cannot stand in front of like an Urgot like that, but he does get a triple kill. They're really trying to get this turret down. They do get it, but was it worth it? This will be a I mean, I hope they give it to them, but this is essentially a, oh, don't take it from a morgue. Okay, it's a pentakill.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here with the Central Region Finals. We've got God Squad on the blue side up against Asian Imports. 10 points on the line here as God Squad is looking to close that gap between themselves and the top team in the Central Region. And if Asian Imports can get another win here,
Twitch is in the bush.
just further cement their status as the best team in the Central Region. Beastlance is in trouble. He's caught by the dredge line, flashes away, and he will escape. Caught by no further CC there, so that's just the flash off of the Twitch. Does mean that he could be in big trouble, as that Nautilus is such a threat in the early game with the crowd control he brings to the table. But Beastlance survives. No early kill to Asian Imports.
Yeah, no early kill, but getting that flash is always nice. And a Twitch without flash, very easily punished, especially when you have, again, like I was talking about during Champ Select, that massive amount of CC that the Jhin and Nautilus bring to the bot lane.
Spam laugh.
That's quite the laugh.
BM wins games. Give me some emote spams. Bear King, come on. Show me what you got. Both junglers will start, though, on the bottom side here, leashed by their dual lanes. And Bear King is going to have the ability to get to lanes fairly early on the Vi, but Ben Dodgen not quite the same ability on the Urgot. Certainly has some solid gank ability, but is going to prefer to have a little bit of setup from his lanes, and he will have that in mid lane with Akros on the Morgana as well as bot, but Korean Banana may just be on his own here. We'll have to see if the Urgot maybe can get up there while Draco Ham has that lane pushed. But we've got Korean Banana on the carry that we were hoping for. Wasn't enough of a threat in the first game between these teams on the Ornn, but he will have that ability this time around on the Akali. We saw Vilix last game into the Zed despite struggling in the laning phase, and the 1v1 was still quite the threat on the Akali, so we'll have to see if Korean Banana can do the same here. And this heavy CC bottom lane, things could get interesting very quickly if somebody gets caught.
Yeah, and I like what God Squad's doing. They're kind of holding the wave on their side of the lane. They know that the Twitch flashes down. They don't want to overextend against, you know, a Vi who could gank early, especially with all the CC that Asian Imports bot lane has. So kind of just playing back towards their turret, exactly what they need to be doing in this matchup.
Beastlance knows that one of those Nautilus dredge lines could spell his doom. Nearly did at level 1, and he's going to play behind those minions as best he can to avoid giving Wacky Strawberry any opportunity to catch him out.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Bear King, you know, look for this topside gank, because Korean Banana is fairly overextended, trying to push in the lane as heavily as he can, but Bear King just instead going for those Krugs, getting that extra golden XP, and no, it doesn't even look towards the scuttle, and that one's just going to go over to Ben Dodgen.
Korean Banana kind of recognizing how far forward he had that lane push, does elect to go down and help Ben Dodgen take the Scuttle Crab, goes back to top lane, lets it push back towards him a little bit, but Bear King is still up here, fairly low on health though. That's the one problem here, is that's a 300 health Vi. And if Bear King's not careful,
right there.
Uh-oh, Ben Dodgen's going to spot him
He got there without
Bear
being
King
seen.
doesn't even know he's in trouble. Flashes away, but that's a flash follow from Ben Dodgen. The Q will get Bear King away, but very scary, very tense moment there for the Asian Imports jungler, but Bear King will survive.
Yeah, just barely flashes out before that corrosive charge procs. Would have been big damage and could have seen Bear King going down, but has the mobility on the Vi, is able to get out without going down.
Akros flashing away for fear of getting caught by more shoes there. Is going to get caught this time around. The barrier, though, will keep Akros alive. Binding's going to miss more shoes. Trying to TP away. It isn't going to be canceled despite going to egg form. And that will be more shoes surviving. More shoes actually isn't even forced into the passive there. The Anivia survives. I love the gutsy play there from More Shoes to escape the gank.
Yeah, really heads up. Recognizes there's no CC left on the side of God Squad. They're not going to be able to cancel his TP, and just TPs right back to his turret to get out.
Great play there by More Shoes. Keeps himself alive. Doesn't give a kill over to God Squad there. And it really seems like, you know, the Anivia doesn't have a ton of kill pressure early. You have some solid poke, but you're going to be hard-pressed to take down Akros, especially with the safety that the Morgana brings to the table with the Black Shield. But I think More Shoes just recognizes, just needs to hold his own in this lane, farm up, wait to hit those early breakpoints, get access to the ultimate, and then he can start doing some things here. But Akros, with that Glacial Augment Morgana, something we see quite a lot of, makes it very easy for the Morgana to stick to people. Add that Glacial Augment on top of the movement speed buff you get from the ultimate there on the Morgana, means that Akros is going to be able to stick to the carries of Asian Imports very, very easily here. So, in low mobility on the Anivia, Anjin could be in trouble if they get caught out by a binding.
Yeah, usually that Glacial Augment we see on the Morgana means that we'll see her pick up that Hextech GLP. It's going to give her a bit more damage, a bit more slows, and allow her to land the Dark Binding. But again, not the highest damage build. She's not going for that big carry performance. Kind of relegating that to both Korean Banana and Beastlance.
Yeah, Akros is just going to be the utility mid laner looking to set up the Twitch and Akali for success in this game. And honestly, I think that's the right role for Akros here. He was okay on the Anivia last time around, but just didn't seem to be as strong on the Anivia as we've seen from players like More Shoes, and we'll have high expectations for his Anivia in this game. So Akros shifting his role in this team. They give the carry to Korean Banana, and Akros will be here to just work with Hawaii Kona to lock some people down and set up the rest of God Squad to get the kills here.
And earlier you were talking about how Anivia doesn't really have that kill pressure early. Yeah, kind of same towards Morg. She doesn't have that big damage. She has a bit of CC, but both these mid laners going to be having huge wave clear. Anivia just hit that 6, has that Glacial Storm, going to clear out waves very quick from here on out. Morgana has that Tormented Soil, also going to be pushing waves constantly. It's probably just going to be more of a farm lane in the mid lane this time.
Yeah, it will be honestly just more of the same that we saw from these two mid laners last time around, because it was the Anivia and the Lux against each other who seemed to be just perma-clearing waves in mid lane, continually resetting that lane so they could try and get around the map and affect the other lanes. Akros going to be able to escape from the stun there thanks to the black shield as he landed the Dark Binding onto More Shoes. More Shoes low on mana, but was able to get the blue buff, so that should recharge up fairly quickly. Korean Banana looking for some damage topside, but Dracoham, he's pretty tanky on the Scion here and able to survive through the trades from the Akali.
Yeah, already picked up that Spectre Scout, heavily prioritizing that MR, knowing that if he doesn't, Akali's going to be running over him in lane. Like the adaptation build from him, though.
Uh-oh, this could be trouble in mid lane. The Dark Binding's going to land onto the bird, but that's just going to force into the egg form. The execute from Ben Dodgen isn't able to finish out the kill yet, but that's still going to be first blood as they're able to lock down More Shoes egg and get that kill for Ben Dodgen.
Yeah, kind of an uncharacteristic mistake coming out from More Shoes. Not recognizing that Urgot's going to be at that level 6, have access to that Fear Beyond Death, and really heads up play from Ben Dodgen. Sees how low More Shoes is, comes towards the mid lane, shoots the chains out, and drags him right back into the grinder.
So Ben Dodgen, another solid start for the God Squad. Jungler 1-0, looking to finish up his jungle item here soon as he clears out his blue buff.
Oh, that's actually TP coming out bot lane for Korean Banana.
This could be big trouble here. That's going to be the Glacial Fissure knocking up Wacky Strawberry. Kenazito trying to get away, but here comes the follow from Korean Banana. Exhaust, he will take a tower shot, and Kenazito will survive. Good counterplay here from Asian Imports, and here comes the ultimate. Korean Banana will step outside and avoid the damage. The fourth shot isn't going to land as Hawaii Kona and Beastlance are able to back far enough away. But big threat bottom lane here. Comes More Shoes as well. It's going to be spotted out by the pink ward, so God Squad knows what's going on, but this is risky if they stay.
Yeah, lots of flashing health bars at the end there, but overall, nobody goes down. And that kind of shows how well these players played that scenario, recognize just how far they could go without going down.
Bear King onto the Cloud Drake here. The Vi able to easily solo down the Drake there, so that's one Cloud over to Asian Imports as they're looking to close this gold gap. Very minimal, just 400 ahead is God Squad, and More Shoes heading back to the mid lane as Akros has been up here clearing waves out, just trying to push towards that tier 1 tower. And Dracoham up here matching up with Ben Dodge, and Ben Dodge is going to go in aggressively, can block the ultimate, the flash away from Dracoham. The Fear Beyond Death will miss there, and the Scion will survive.
Not sure if Scion was below that health threshold for that Fear Beyond Death to arm, but still definitely close enough to warrant the flash, and very close from Min dodging to landing that one. But Dracoham does not want to lose his flash lane against the Akali. Once she gets that Hex Up Gunblade, she has the Conqueror, she's going to be doing some big damage against this Scion.
Respect from Dracoham there. Keeps him alive. And the aggression from Ben Dodgen on the top side. So the Urgot has backed, purchases up, and walks back down towards the bottom lane. We can take a peek here at the gold lead. Things fairly even up top side. Actually, technically a slight gold lead there from Dracoham, but very, very minimal gold, essentially even between these two teams, and just the one kill on the board there for God Squad. Ben Dodgen getting first blood in the mid lane against More Shoes. God Squad starting to push bottom side, trying to threaten this tower, maybe get some tower plates down.
And this game, we don't see as much early action from Bear King as we did in the earlier matchup between these two teams, rather. And again, like, I really want to see Bear King play towards the spot side. There's so much gank assist coming from the Jhin Nautilus lane, and we just haven't seen him go for any of that, pretty easy setup in the bot lane. And actually the spray and play getting popped from the twitch right there doesn't end up actually netting them anything.
Yeah, I don't know if that was worth it. I mean, you're attacking a Jhin over the wall. You're not really going for any follow-up. I mean, you don't even have your flash to follow for that. So jump of the gun there a little bit there from Beastlance, but may not hurt him too bad as they're just looking to continue laning more shoes here. Getting a lot of damage on Akros, but that's the aggressive flash from the Morgana. Here comes Ben dodging, flash over the wall from Morshoes. He does get caught by the fear beyond death, but not below that health threshold, so he will survive as Wacky Strawberry rotates up to assist his mid laner. Morshoes still wants some here.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to be there to clear the ward, place down another control ward, and still back. But again, he has the passive still up, so even if he did get caught by that fear beyond death, still might have had the opportunity to get out.
Now to the bottom lane, Wacky Strawberry looking for the anchor, trying to set up Kenazito for a kill down here. That is the Electrocute Jhin, so he's got quite a bit of burst if they can catch out Beastlance. But the problem is Ben Dodgen is down on the bot side. Bear King and Morshoes can rotate down as the blue buff was just handed over to the Anivia. That's going to be the hook and the deadly flourish, but here comes the return over the wall. Here comes Bear King. Now they're getting onto Ben Dodger, but a lot of damage onto Wacky Strawberry. Flash away from the Vi. Kenazito trying to get out the damage, but Beastlance is doing a lot of work here, forcing the flash and heal out of the Jhin, but he's still able to get out the damage. Here comes the curtain call. Ben Dodgen taking a lot of damage here, trying to dash away. The force shot will land onto the Urgot, but he's still going to get the kill there onto Wacky Strawberry. Akros going to get one onto Bear King, but that's the double for Morshoes. Akros is in trouble. Kenazito can get slowed, and he is going to get slowed by the GLP. Akros is in trouble though. He's going to eat a fourth shot here from the Jhin. Won't even need it. Morshoes grabs the kill there. That's a 3-1. Anivia with double buffs, and they're looking to push in mid lane.
Man, I thought Kenazito was going to go down there. Was still standing on that tormented soil, and since Morgana in the mid lane tends to max that early, lots of damage on that ability. And Twitch.
Woo! Wacky Strawberry with the flash hook and catches out Beastlance to grab the kill on the support. Love the Astronautilus skin.
Oh yeah, it's such a great skin. Just seeing this guy in a giant spacesuit running around with an anchor, it's great.
Just
but
bouncing around.
Looking like he was trying to maybe execute to the turret, but Wacky Strawberry says, I'm not going to have any of that. You're going to die to me instead.
The one thing that Beastlance can feel good about there is he at least gets the flash out of the support to get that kill. But I think he would have preferred to stay alive. Morshoes getting the push going mid lane, and both solo lanes here for Asian Imports starting to push. They've got just under 1,000 gold lead here as Korean Banana has not been able to abuse the top side. The CS is even between these top laners, and no Gunblade yet for Korean Banana. Dracoham holding his own top side against the God Squad top lane.
Yeah, Sion just being able to build these early tank stats and match, or not necessarily match the Akali in the damage lane, but sustain through it, has managed to keep him, somewhat in the game. He's not behind in CS, not behind in farm.
Trouble in bottom lane here. Wacky Strawberry taking a lot of damage as the spray and pay once again used by Beastlance. Beastlance using his flash as well here to try and secure that kill. He's gone stealth. He's looking to take down Wacky Strawberry, but here comes the ultimate. He's going to get knocked up. Deadly Flourish comes through to lock him down further. Kenazito isn't confident enough to step forward and finish that one off. Knows his support is very low on health, and he has to watch the aggression bot lane because he knows that Hawaii Kona just needs to land one Winter's Bite, and that could mean the Jin's life.
Yeah, exactly. Rom does such a good job of stopping this Nautilus from being aggressive. If Nautilus tries to land a dredge line and go in, he could get hit by the Winter's Bite, and then concussive blows stack, and you're going to go down.
Ben Dodgen's down bot lane. Beastlance is going to go stealth for a moment. Seems like Asian Imports is smelling something fishy down here. They do have a ward in that next brush, so if Ben Dodgen steps forward, they would spot him out, but he has elected to back away from the aggressive lane gank here in bottom lane.
Yeah, really good job from Asian Imports bot lane, recognizing that Urgot could have been there. Perhaps saw the way God Squad was playing and said, hey, looks like their jungler might be here. And just good tempered aggression from them, knowing when to play aggressive, when to play back let the cards fall where they may.
Korean Banana trying to get down to mid lane there, but more shoes sniffing that one out now. Down to bot lane. There's the Glacial Fissure, but here comes the damage. Ben Dodgen will take down Wacky Strawberry, but the support is down as well. There's the charge onto the Twitch there, and down goes Beastlance. Ben Dodgen's in trouble. That's going to be the triple kill. Bear King's Vi is very big and gets 3 kills bottom lane. Now they can rotate to the Drake, try and take this tower as well. Akros is here to try and clear out the waves and defend. It's going to be a second Cloud Drake for Asian Imports as they rotate up to take the neutral objective.
Yeah, we've seen so many times where Bear King tries to impact his bot lane. Ben Dodgen has tried at the same time counteracting those plays, counter-ganking, and this time it doesn't work off. Triple kill going over Bear King, and this huge play for Asian Imports picks up the second elemental Drake rather.
God Squad not having the early game that they did the first time around. Asian Imports has been able to hold their own in the laning phase, and Ben Dodgen has had a few good plays, but not quite as overbearing as he was the last time around, and Bear King has been matching him in the pressure department.
And I think the one thing I want to point out here that we would normally expect from seeing these two teams play is what has Korean Banana been doing? He's been locked in this top lane matchup against the Scion, not really being able to get any TPs to have much of an impact. You saw him try with the early one, didn't pick up any kills, just got summoners, and now he's sitting on a bit of a CS lead, but nothing really meaningful against the Scion on this top lane matchup. Just a really safe pick from Asian Imports, and it's allowed Korean Banana to kind of not pull ahead like he normally would.
I mean, Korean Banana has been involved in 0 kills through the first near 19 minutes of this game. We're used to seeing him being involved in over 20, getting 18, 19 kill performances on his Aurelia. Yeah, trying to get something going here, but that's going to be the ult away for the Scion. Korean Banana's in trouble, trying to flash away, but won't be able to escape from Bear King's Vi. Ben Dodgen trying to get away, is able to dodge out from the Q of the Vi there, but Draco Ham is still here. This could be the fear beyond death. It is going to land, and here comes Ben Dodgen. He's looking for Bear King. That's going to be the shotgun knees, taking 1 kill and a second, but Morshoes has arrived to trade back and take out the jungler. Now back to bottom lane. Kenazito, spray and pray activated for Beastlance, but not able to secure the kill, but still, Asian Imports bottom lane has to back away.
Yeah, overall just a 2 for 2, but really clutch from Ben Dodgen. That fight was pretty much certainly lost for the side of God Squad, but played the back end of that fight very well.
And no, Akros is in trouble, able to go gold, but it's still going to take damage from the ultimate walled in, and Morshoes takes the solo kill topside as Akros cannot handle the Anivia God. Morshoes 4-1-1 on this pick right now, continuing to be a big carry for Asian Imports.
Yeah, Morshoes sitting on so much mana. He has the Tear of the Goddess, he has that Rod of Ages and a blue buff. That Glacial Storm is going to be going for as long as he wants it to. So even though Akros has that stopwatch, it doesn't really buy him enough time here because the mana is just way too meaningful for Morshoes at this point in the game.
Asian Imports bottom lane has been held in check here. Good kill participation for Kenazito with the 6 assists, but hasn't done much otherwise. In Korean Banana looking to possibly get something going here bot lane. Sitting on that pink ward, so Asian Imports doesn't have the information that he's down here.
I actually like this play a lot from Korean Banana. He understands that he's not going to be able to do much against Scion in the side wave. Looks to impact the map elsewhere.
Looking to set up here is going to be spotted out as Wacky Strawberry pushes forward to secure some vision with the support of Bear King and Kenazito. And Asian Imports is rotating bot lane. They want to take this tower as they know they've got wave pressure topside, and with that tier 1 down in mid lane, this is really the next play for Asian Imports.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to take down this bottom turret actually and open up. That's the last outer turret of the game going down, I believe. Yeah, Asian Imports now picking up all 3 outer turrets. It's going to open up the map a lot, especially as the Baron is now spawned. They're going to be able to push these waves in and force God Squad to have to react to these waves.
God Squad not out of this game yet, down just a little less than 4,000 gold, and Ben Dodgen is pretty strong. But the problem is really the rest of the team has not done a whole lot. Akros has not been able to handle Morshoes in the 1v1. And Korean Banana has been a non-factor throughout this game. Beastlance and Hawaii Kona have been trying to get things going bot lane, but have not been able to really finish off their aggressive plays. So God Squad has the jungler going, but really the rest of the map has been disappointing so far in this game. They're going to look to catch out Dracoham. There's going to be a lot of damage coming up from Beastlance, but Morshoes has rotated to get his top laner out of danger. That's going to be Scuttlecrab secured there by Beastlance. His team's starting to set up around Baron, 22 minutes in. Drake spawns in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's pretty much that little moral victory right there, picking up that Scuttlecrab. Gonna help them get some vision around this Baron so Asian Imports can't just take one all sneakily. But so much damage going out from Nvidia. Oh.
Hawaii Kona in big trouble there. Caught out. Is going to eat some damage from the curtain call. Able to juke out from the second shot. Dracoham going to miss with the axe. And God Squad will be able to back away without any casualties, but the problem is now Asian Imports has the inside track to play for this Mountain Drake. Does God Squad contest, or do they look to push mid lane? They've got the wave.
Yeah, Anivia with Mountain Drake's always scary, does so much damage to these neutral objectives, so if they manage to pick this up, they're going to be able to take down the Baron so quick.
Going to lock them off. Beastland's going to fire over the wall, but that's going to be the Mountain Drake secured. Glacial Fissure will lock up Wacky Strawberry, and Beastland's over into the pit. Is getting a lot of damage, and down goes Bear King. This could be big trouble. God Squad going off. Morshoes is low, forced into egg form. That's an undead Dracoham that isn't going to do enough. That's the shutdown onto the Anivia in the big fight for God Squad. They lose the Drake, but win the fight. That's 4-for-1 for God Squad.
Yeah, that's a 4-for-1. Look at them. They're running towards Baron right now. They might just go for the midway push, but I think they actually can finish up at Baron right now. They have a big tank in that Urgot. They have a lot of damage from the Akali, Morgana, and Twitch. They're big carries remaining alive, and they might be able to just take this down before the respawns can come in from Asian Imports.
So one thing to note, Bear King is up in 5 seconds. It's only the bottom lane, though, for now. Kenazito is near the pit. Wacky Strawberry on his way from base, but this Baron is going down. 8,000 health. Bear King may be able to get here in time. 5,000, it may not be soon enough. Ben Dodgen getting the damage out. Teleport coming in from Dracoham. Do they back away? They're going to have to. Ben Dodgen has to leave the pit. Kenazito is here to try to get out the damage. They're going to flash it aggressively. They take down the Jhin. Wacky Strawberry going to lock him down. Bear King's here. The steal! Asian Imports get the Baron. Can they get the fight? Ben Dodgen getting damage down. Bear King still alive in the back of the pit. He's going to charge over the wall. Shut down there onto Ben Dodgen. Dracoham going to flash away. Charge over the wall. Bear King
gets out.
Morshoes will drop the ultimate to buy some space for his team. Asian Imports get off with highway robbery, taking the Baron. Oh man, the smite steal was beautiful from Bear King.
Yeah, that was a perfect TP coming from Dracoham. Denies them from finishing the Baron before Bear King can really get there. And by the time the God Squad turns back to the Baron, Bear King can get into the pit, gets the perfect smite steal, and manage to get out with his own life. 3 members of Asian Imports now have Baron buff. And what looked like a great play for God Squad gets turned around all on its head off of just incredible play coming out from Bear King.
Really seems like a huge misplay there by God Squad as well. A huge miscommunication because Ben Dodgen stayed in the pit, continued to aggro the Baron, and the rest of the team pulled out and focused on the Jhin. I really feel like if you're God Squad, you need to finish the Baron and then take the fight because it's just too low for you to pull off of you. You can't jump off of Baron when it's at 1,500 health because then Bear King's just going to come in and try and smite steal, and it's easy for them to lock down just a single member in the Urgot and cancel out his smite and set it up for Asian Imports. So God Squad got to clean up the communication there and cohesively go for a play. Beastlance is in trouble here. He's going to get caught out, take it down by Bear King. Morshoes with the wall will ensure the death of the Rat. Mid lane tier 2 is going to drop for Asian Imports, up 4-0 in towers as the dredge line just misses from Wacky Strawberry, but Asian Imports going to keep pushing.
These Anivia walls doing so much work, locking out the members of God Squad from really being able to get away or kite the way that they want to.
Curtain call dropped here by the Jhin. Kenazito trying to get out the damage. White Kona is going to be able to back away, and Korean Banana got out of the range of the ultimate before taking any of those shots. He's trying to get to the backline, get after Kenazito. He isn't going to be locked down by the Deadly Flourish, and is going to get to the backline, trying to take down Kenazito, but not enough damage yet. Korean Banana's gonna go down. Bear King able to grab that kill. Ben dodging his low. Morshoe's gonna finish
Oh,
that one up.
yes, I am.
Akros is in trouble. Draco Ham gets the kill onto the Braum. That's 4 dead for God Squad with just 1. Looking at a gray screen for Asian Imports. That's going to be the ace. And Asian Imports showing us exactly why they are the top team and the favorite in the Central region. An impressive fight, taking God Squad, just picking them apart to finish this game.
Yeah, it was kind of a slower pace of a start for Asian Imports. They weren't going too hard on ganks in the early game. Bear King kind of started playing more towards the bot lane. You saw that big counter gank from the Urgot failing, and that was kind of when he picked up that triple kill. That was when the game started to turn on its head, and that Baron seal pretty much sealed the fate of God Squad. And great play from Asian Imports to pick themselves up and win this game.
Really seems like Asian Imports have kind of figured out the strategy to handle Korean Banana, because Korean Banana, when he's been able to get going, has just absolutely taken over games throughout this season. But it seems like if he's not getting the Aurelia, and if he's not getting a matchup in lane that he can win, because into the Scion with the Akali, there's just not enough kill threat there. Draco Ham just essentially makes him a non-factor.
Yeah.
Korean Banana was essentially a non-factor that entire game. He tries to get to the back lane there in that last fight in mid lane. Kenazito doesn't care. He was able to just walk away, and Bear King finishes him off. So really, they mitigate Korean Banana's effect on the game. They play through mid lane, and Morshoes was, again, impressive on his signature champion in the Anivia. Bot lane holds out as long as they can. You know, they didn't do a ton, but they didn't let the Twitch and Braum get going, and really just a beautifully played game across the board for Asian Imports.
Yeah, I really want to commend Draco Ham in the top lane, doing such a good job of nullifying the Akali. Akali, when you've seen her get ahead, she can just take over an entire game. And Scion, sure, very safe pick in that top lane, but just impeccable play coming in from the top laner of Asian Imports, nullifying all of the threat of Korean Banana to carry the game. And even though there were some fights where God Squad was able to kind of get a little bit back into the game, you saw that fight right before the Baron where they won the fight, immediately moved towards the Baron, almost were able to take it down, but again, the TP from Draco Ham, denying them from finishing the Baron, and Bear King coming in, perfect timing on the steal, gets out, and that, like I said before, sealed the fate of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was the game-making play there, because God Squad seemed like they were right back in this game. They get that huge fight near the Drake, they lose the Mountain, but they win the fight, and then they turn right on the Baron. And if God Squad gets that Baron, this game probably still going and is probably looking very differently, but the smite steal is huge. The misplay there by God Squad allows Asian Imports the opportunity to get in, get the Baron, and push through to finish this game. So congratulations to Asian Imports for that victory in the Central Region Grand Final. They will be your winners this week in Week 6, but we are going to head to a short break. But when we return, don't worry, we've got more action from the Western Region coming your way. Stick with us. We'll be back in just a few. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Week 6 of Late Night League. We've got a matchup between Peaked High School and Deadly Sins here as we have hit the winners finals in the Western bracket here. Finished up the Central region just last game with that second matchup between God Squad and Asian Imports, and now we go back to the West here with Peaked High School. Had an impressive victory earlier today and looking to move on to the Western Region Grand Finals here with a win against Deadly Sins. But Deadly Sins, a team that's been pretty impressive throughout the season. A couple of very good players here. Gluttony has been huge on the Kaisa pick, but we'll take the Zaya this time around as we are nearly done with Champion Select. We've got the Zaya Rakan bottom lane there for Deadly Sins. And anything that jumps out at you, Seal, here from draft?
I think the Zyrakan power pick bot lane is pretty huge, as well as a pick that we almost never see is the Ivern coming out for Deadly Sins. I'm curious to see what they do with that pick. I'm not sure exactly how it interacts with like all the new jungle changes with the Scuttle Crab timing, so I'm not sure exactly how that's going to go with the Ivern. But again, pretty exciting to see a new pick like that, considering that's something that I don't think we've seen the entire tournament so far.
An interesting champion select here. Greed on the Poppy. We see him on a ton of tanks throughout this season, so no real surprise there, but we get the Zyrakan bot and a Nico mid for Pride. Pride typically playing in the jungle position, but due to some shifts in the roster is playing in mid lane on the Nico with Loyal RP in the jungle on that Ivern. Let's look at Peaked High School here over on the other side.
Yeah, I think for Peaked High School, they have a really big scaling comp. They have that Rise in the mid lane, Sivir in the bot lane, and even in the top lane, the Urgot. That's a lot of scaling picks. I know that that's something that, you know, if they can manage to, or if, if Deadly Sins, rather.
Yes.
Sorry. Deadly Sins can manage to close out the game early. That's going to be exactly what they want to do, because you don't want to go late game against a team that has that Rise in Sivir, just huge damage late game. And like I said, Sivir probably the best late game AD carry when it comes to just pure carrying the game, because that ultimate giving her all the movement speed she needs to be able to take down pretty much everything. She can kite out what she needs to, take down what she needs to, and buff up all her teammates while doing so.
And one of the interesting things too about this Peaked High School lineup is the map mobility. You've got the On the Hunt as well as the ultimate from the Rise that can allow Peaked High School to move around the map, set up some plays in a very interesting way. We've got Yurashi once more on the J4, which he was very good on last time around. We are going to throw to a short commercial break, though, folks. Hope you guys enjoy what you see in the draft. Should be very fun to watch in games, but we will be right back in a few moments with this matchup between Peaked High School and Deadly Sins.
Now,
is he going to go for it? He might.
Does he get the steal? Oh.
He doesn't get the steal, so that is kind of a disaster for Jarvan. And so
my God,
many low red bars right now, and Aurelia essentially gets Boom of Blood still had his flash. He wouldn't have been able to get out of that in the first place. Boom of Blast takes the Lee Sin into the wall with him, loses his life because of it. Now this Twitch has a lot of damage now. Double kill, throws him in for the Lee Sin. Now this guy has to walk out. There's no way you're walking out. Of 4 people of God Squad. Now Snowflake is in the middle of the team. Hawaii Gaming is trying his best. He will get the kill. The shutdown does go over to Nautilus. Jax is just doing so much damage right now, but Morshoes comes in, snipes the support right off. The Sleepy Charlable lands on Vi. The damage from the burn is going to, not wake him up at all. Spiky is going to try to find a kill. Golden God is gone. And that will be the fight. them. They're trying to leverage the power of this Irelia, which is coming out right now, but he is able to resurrect. On the other side, Leona does go down. Peak High School is really taking the fight to them, and unfortunately, Korean Banda, or fortunately for him, does get the kill, and he's just going to go for resets right now. But you cannot stand in front of like an Urgot like that. But he does get a triple kill. They're really trying to get this turret down. They do get it, but was it worth it? This will be a... I mean, I hope they give it to them, but this is essentially a don't take it from him, Mord. Okay, it's a panic kill.
Introducing Overpowered. Pre-built gaming desktops and laptops designed by Esports Arena with hand-picked hardware to deliver a powerful gaming experience. Stocked with serious memory, stunning graphics, and lightning speeds. Starting at $499. Overpowered. Ignite your game. Only on Walmart.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are on to the Rift. Peak High School facing off against Deadly Sins in the winners bracket finals in the Western region. Peak High School, we've already seen a big performance from them earlier today, and looking to see if they can keep that momentum going here against a very good Deadly Sins team as these teams vie for a spot in the Western Grand Finals. A lot of action at level 1, though. Soaring Eagle taking a lot of damage. First blood, though, will go to Peanut Butter Siver, as that's 2 for Peak High School, 1 for Deadly Sins as Gluttony flashes over the wall of flash, forced away from Sloth as well. And just like that, these teams do not wait. They get things going right at level 1, and that's 3 kills before we even hit the 60-second mark.
Yeah, most of the invades we've seen today haven't really turned out into too many kills. We saw maybe 1 kill so far in invade. This time we got all 3 in 1, so lots of kills going over, so many sums blown, and that's going to lead to potential Jarvan gank that could really punish those summoners being down.
And this is Peanut Butter Siver 1-0-1 to start off, participating in both of those kills, able to back and grab the longsword for that extra laning power. So Peanut Butter, the Siver, solid wave clear, and early does okay pushing the waves, but not a big kill threat in the early game. Really takes a while to scale up, but adding that longsword on top in the laning phase does make things a little more dangerous for Gluttony and Slav in the bottom lane, especially considering both of them are without their flashes here. But we do have to note Peanut Butter also did use both of his summoner spells in that fight, so both AD carries are very vulnerable to early ganks. We'll have to see if either of these junglers try to get down to that bottom lane early. Loyal RP on the Ivern that we mentioned earlier, moving up towards his red side of the jungle, and Yurashi up on that top side as well. We saw a big performance from Yurashi on the J4 earlier today. We have high expectations for him in this game as well. Got the double buffs, and we'll have to see where he wants to go early as Loyal RP clears out the red buff there. And we'll go back to clearing the jungle. Jeebus Creebus on the Thresh this time around was good on the Galio, paired alongside Soaring Eagle Zed, really moving around the map a lot there, but going to be maybe a little more of a lane-focused pick here for Jeebus Creebus. If you do get those Moby boots, can get around and try and affect the map, but I would imagine Jeebus Creebus is going to stick to peanut butter like glue here, or like peanut butter and jelly here in the laning phase.
Yeah, it's such a good combo. I mean, Thresh, he has a lot of playmaking access here. He still has both of his sums up, and when the flashes are down for both of Deadly Sins' bot lane, it opens up so many plays for this Thresh to make. He could wait until at level 3, Lantern in the Jarvan for a gank, or just go for a straight 2v2 kill, but you have the Ivern waiting in the wings here, potentially looking to punish a Thresh overextension. Yeah,
Loyal RP down to the bottom side. We'll have to see if he can get anything going here. Yurashi is moving his way down bot side as well, clearing out his Raptor camp. We'll have to see if he goes down here as well. Looks like Loyal RP is going to back away at the moment, take out the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, Soaring Eagle going to have to back, expend so much mana to clear that wave and just doesn't have anything else. But he's going to be able to pick up that early tier and just TP right back into lane, so not much lost off of that.
Loyal RP with the early setup in his blue side can just walk to that side of the jungle, grabs the blue buff, and the Gromp, and can come right back bot lane. Jeebus Creebus stepping forward. This could be the setup that Loyal RP needs to get a gank going bottom lane. He has arrived. The Feathers aren't going to lock down Peanut Butter there.
Oh, nice spell shield.
Grand entrance from Sloth will not catch anybody. Good return damage there from Peanut Butter as the Death Sentence did land onto Gluttony, but still no kills in this bottom lane play. Loyal RP will have his back canceled.
Really clutch from Peanut Butter getting that spell shield off, making sure he doesn't get rooted up by the Ivern. Because if that happens, you could see that chain into a Rakan knockup. And Xayah also having that Blade Caller could potentially chain that CC even more. And you can't afford to do that when you have the big damage of a Xayah Rakan early on the side of Deadly Sins.
Both AD carries surviving so far without their summoner spells, so doing a good job there. Peanut Butter's heal is now available, just waiting for that flash to come off of cooldown. Gluttony, about the same cooldown timer for himself.
An interesting pickup from the Ivern here as his first item is the Moby Boots. He's looking to get around on the map as fast as he can and support those lanes just across the board. He's going to be able to train us across the map as soon as he wants to in this matchup.
Looking for a play here. They have spotted out Yurashi. He's going to be able to flag and drag over the wall.
Oh, Nico's right here, though.
He does get the assistance from Soaring Eagle. Pride going to take some damage.
Not enough mana on Pride to actually continue going for that play. Same with Soaring Eagle. They're both sitting very low on mana. No blue buff on either of them yet. Not far enough in the game for that second blue buff to spawn, but pretty much no kills go over in this part. Not enough mana on these guys to continue chasing.
And Soaring Eagle, with a little bit of a greedy buy at level 1, he took the mana crystal with the no, he took...
I believe it's the Mana Crystal refillable pot.
Yeah,
for his
yeah,
level
yeah.
1.
Mana Crystal refillable. So at level 1, a little bit of a greedy buy, but it doesn't bite him back as Pride isn't able to get anything going early, and that means he's got an early tier here as aggression from Sloth. He lanes the grand entrance, but Jeebus Creepus is able to back away. Peanut Butter trading back fairly well. Jeebus Creepus fairly low. He's not going to be able to help Peanut Butter out here very much. Flay will knock back. Loyal RP flash over from Gluttony will force the flash from Peanut Butter. There's the heal. Now Jeebus Creepus needs the death sentence. Peanut Butter able to walk away, and death sentence on cooldown means that he won't lock anybody down yet, and the juke there.
And actually, the TP is being committed from both top laners trying to support the team on this dive, but overall, no kills.
We're going to see some more action here. Good damage from Gluttony. They're going to collapse, though. Johnny Vitra over aggressive is going to get punished. The early kill there for Gluttony. Xayah and Deadly Sins with a great play bottom lane, and that means Greed can go back to base. Isn't going to elect to do so yet. Looks like they're going to go for this Ocean Drake. This is actually huge for Deadly Sins. If they can take this early, that Ocean Drake will help out in the laning phase. They started off on the back foot, giving the 2 kills over to Peaked at level 1, but they're starting to come back here, and this Ocean Drake will be a huge boon for them the rest of this laning phase. Yurashi into the pit, but isn't able to get there quick enough to steal that away. Pride going to take some damage from Soaring Eagle, who backs away, but Deadly Sins will walk away with the Ocean Drake. No worse for wear after grabbing the kill bottom lane.
Yeah, you saw how low the mana bars were earlier in the game, so that Ocean Drake going to do such a good job keeping Deadly Sins players in their lanes and not forcing them to back early and call off plays where they could potentially get something now because they will have the resources to go for them.
Johnny Vitra back to the top side. 1-1 and 1 has the Phage as well as his boots bought up after starting with the Corrupting Potion. So he's doing all right so far, but the over-aggressive play bot lane did give the kill over to Gluttony. Johnny Vitra, who we saw struggle heavily in their first game on the broadcast today on that Malphite pick, got behind very heavily to the Nautilus, but was able to bring things back in the mid and late game, playing around the Unstoppable Force. Now on the Urgot, something with a little more laning power can survive a little better, and he's already participated in 2 kills for his team, and we'll have to see if he can hold his own here. He's going to wait in the brush. Loyal RP is waiting nearby. This is a great bait from Peak. They're trying to catch out Loyal RP. That's going to be the ultimate coming out from the Ivern, and it won't be enough. Soaring Eagle able to roam over and grab that kill as the bait works for Peaked High School. They catch out the Deadly Sins jungler, and they're able to get the red buff as well and back away.
Yeah, even though Yurashi's sitting at that level 5, not yet having that Cataclysm, and Loyal RP sitting at level 6 has access to Daisy, it doesn't even matter. There's so much backup from Peaked High School. You saw both their top laner and mid laner come to Yurashi's aid and manage to pick up that kill onto Loyal RP.
Pride trading flash for flash in mid lane. They're trying to get onto Soaring Eagle, who had really no mana to return in that trade, and that will be both flashes down for the mid laners. Gluttony and Sloth starting to push in the bottom lane as the Zyricon, a very solid early laning duo. A lot of kill pressure. Nirashi into the middle lane here. Peaked High School getting forced a little bit back on the back foot, at least in the lanes. Yurashi has had some good pressure early with 3 assists on the 3 kills for Peaked High School, but the lanes are not necessarily going their way. Johnny Vitro going low here to Greed. That's going to be the flash in for the Poppy to secure the kill onto the Urgot. So it's 1 kill for the Poppy.
Yeah, the solo kill coming in from Greed in the top lane, and he was able to go for that because Johnny's Vitro did not have access to that Fear Beyond Death. It was still on cooldown from the previous fight, and Greed, nice solo kill from him. Just has the bomby Cinder right now. Doesn't even have the full Sunfire cape, and Johnny Vitro not yet having that Black Cleaver means that Poppy still can kind of match him in damage in the early parts of the game.
Pride starting to push here. We can take stock of the gold leads. Actually, we can't. We've got to fight bottom lane. The box dropped there by Jeebus Creebus as Sloth had activated the ultimate. That's the flash fillet. That death sentence is going to catch out Sloth as the ultimate was activated by Gluttony. The Featherstorm won't catch anybody. There it is. That's going to be the knockup into Peanut Butter. He's in trouble. Another good flay there from Jeebus Creebus. They're actually going to turn it around. The Boomerang Blade will get the kill there for Peanut Butter as Gluttony falls, but Pride's down to the bottom lane looking to secure the kill. That's the shutdown onto the Sivers. Pride able to grab one for himself on the Nico. Second kill there for the Deadly Sins mid laner.
Yeah, Sivir already using all of her resources to try to get out. Can't escape the Pop Blossom at the end. But really good play from Peaked High School's bot lane to pick up that kill on the front end of that fight.
Now Peaked High School trying to play aggressively in mid lane. We're almost able to catch out Loyal RP. They're able to force out the Ivern's flash. Greed is low. Fear Beyond Death is on. Can he get him below the health threshold to finish that kill off? He will not. That's actually the turnaround. Greed able to take down Johnny Vitro. Topside of Soaring Eagle goes down to Pride and Peaked High School, who looked so impressive earlier in the day. Started off this game with the aggressive invade, getting 2 kills, or getting beaten in these lanes pretty handily. Gold is even, but the plays are going to Deadly Sins right now.
Yeah, I have to imagine Greed was pretty close to that health threshold for Fear Beyond Death to arm, but that Corrupting Pot ticking the entire time kept him healthy enough where he was able to pick up the kill without going below that 25% threshold.
Greed playing well around the ultimate of Johnny Vitro, able to turn that fight around and grab a kill. Is going to be able to get a tower plate here. Little extra gold into the Poppy's pockets as Johnny Vitro heads back up to the top side.
And actually, I want to talk about this bot lane really quick for the side of Peaked High School. The Sivir Thresh, not typically that early game bot lane that you'll see kind of stomp their lane, but they're sitting pretty on a nice 20 CS lead right now. They have lane priority, and against the Zyra Khan, that's incredible. You want to have, if you're the Zyra Khan, you want to be winning this lane early.
Now they're going aggressive onto Soaring Eagle's Riser. He's trying to run for it. He isn't going to be able to get away. The flash there from Gluttony late as kill is secured there by Pride, but Soaring Eagle, who we saw have a huge carry performance on the Zed earlier tonight, now on the rise, is not having the same early effectiveness here. 1-3-2 score, even in CS, but this is going to be a second Ocean Drake for Deadly Sins if they can secure it, and with Yurashi on the top side of the map, this is going to be an easy pickup for the side of Deadly Sins.
Yeah, it looks like Yurashi's going to try to trade this second Drake for the Rift Herald. He might be able to finish it in time before the members of Deadly Sins can get back up towards that top side to contest it, but you know, you'll take that trade if you're Deadly Sins. Ocean Drake, again, such a strong early laning Drake, and is getting towards that point in the game where turret plating is going to fall, and if you don't get the Rift Herald off while that turret plating is still up, it's not going to be as useful since you won't get that massive gold influx at that time.
And that is going to happen. The Rift Herald is secured, but at 13 minutes and 30 seconds with turret plating falling in 30 seconds from now, it may not be worth. Yurashi's going straight to the top side with Greed having backed. He could drop it here. Will they get it quick enough? Teleport coming out from Greed's Poppy. Yurashi isn't going to drop it, so they won't get the extra gold from that Rift Herald with the turret plates soon to fall.
Yeah, perhaps they're saving it for a play where they might pick up a kill or two. That way they can get a bit more than just a single turret off of it, maybe get the charge off onto a second turret.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
At this point, it sucks not to get that extra gold, but it seems like the playing for a more higher percentage play. See if they can get the fight that turns into 1 tower, maybe 2, because if they play it right, maybe they can get that charge onto a tier 2 tower, set that one up to be pushed down. So I like the tempered aggression there from Peaked High School. They've got the Rift Herald. They can wait to use it if they need to.
Yeah, they don't want to go a bit over-aggressive at this point. Don't really have vision in the jungle of where Deadly Sin's members could be, and kind of just want to play it a bit safe on this side.
Johnny Vitro has got to deal with this Poppy, who has been very scary in the laning phase. 2-0-1, and with about a 15 CS lead as Loyal RP is headed up to the top side.
Right now, just sitting in the brush, sitting on top of that control ward. Johnny Vitro won't know that he's here. He could look to assist the Poppy in this lane, but Poppy doesn't even need the help.
Oh, that's going to be the ultimate flash away from Johnny Vitro, and his charge will be stopped. Greed wants to go for this. He's high enough health, and he's going to be able to finish off the kill. 1v1 top lane, and Johnny Vitro continuing to struggle, his 4th death there, and that's going to be Daisy drop topside as they look to push and take down this tier 1 tower. There's nobody from Peaked High School anywhere near the top side, and meanwhile, in the mid lane, Yurashi with a Cataclysm to finish off Pride. So they're going to look to trade in mid. That's going to be the Rift Herald drop there. And with 3 members, they can look to trade towers. That does mean, though, first tower to Deadly Sins as they push topside. Greed looking to rotate mid.
Yeah, I actually love this Rift Herald usage from Peaked High School. Find that pick mid. Know there's nobody really around to assist on that. Stop them from using the Rift Herald, and they're going to get that charge off on the turret and take it down.
They're looking to catch out Sloth. Here comes the TP from Johnny Vitro. Sloth is low, forced the flash away. Here comes Gluttony. Greed here as well, taking a lot of damage. There's no tower to protect them. Good death sentence onto the Xayah. Flay in, Featherstorm comes out. He can lock down a few. Yurashi's low, so many low health bars. Here comes Gluttony. That's 2, that's 3 for the Xayah. Looking for a 4th. Peanut Butter is low. That's the shutdown. Gluttony's going to go down, though. Peanut Butter able to get the double kill on the Sivir. Is going to go down soon enough, though, as Loyal RP will catch out the Sivir. But Peanut Butter, that fight was nearly a complete disaster for Peaked High School. Just able to bring it back a little bit, but still a 4-for-3 trade in favor of Deadly Sins.
Yeah, definitely an extended team fight. You thought it was going to go one way, it went back the other way, and just kept boomeranging back and forth. And you even saw Sivir throw that boomerang blade, flash onto the other side of Gluttony. I thought that he was actually going to go down before he picked up that kill, but did manage to take down the AD carry for Deadly Sins before going down on his own.
I mean, that was a near perfect setup there for Gluttony. I wasn't able to notice, but throughout the Featherstorm, and there were so many low health bars for Peaked High School, I would assume, and I forget what the ability it was called, but the calling back the feathers.
The Blade Caller.
The Blade Caller. I would imagine it was probably on cooldown, because that was the perfect setup for Gluttony to pull it back and catch 3 or 4 very low health members of Peaked High School, but wasn't able to get it. So I would say that was most likely on cooldown there. So, but still a great play for Deadly Sins, and Gluttony still gets the triple kill. So 4, 2, and 3 is able to grab the Essence Reaver finish, and looking for that Zeal item next as he's sitting now on the Brawler's Gloves and the dagger there. So the Xayah really starting to get going here, and it could be a match of the 80 carries here as Peanut Butter and Gluttony are going very well so far in this game. That's Death Sentence onto the clone. So not much going there. Daisy has been dropped in mid lane. They're looking for this tower. 4 members of Deadly Sins here to push, but there's 4 to match for Peaked High School. They won't be able to save the tower there.
I like the reaction from Deadly Sins there. Peaked High School summons their own Rift Herald. They say, you know what, you take Archer with Rift Herald, we'll take it with Daisy. And good answer from them there. But again, like I said, or like you were saying, the match of the 80 carries here, both these 80 carries sitting on 4 kills, 2 deaths, both have bounties, and even though Sivir has the gold lead, Xayah has the extra assist, so they're probably sitting pretty equal on gold right now. Both finishing their first items, working on those Zeal items, and they have the front lines to be able to carry these fights when it comes to the late game. It's just going to be a matter of, can they dodge out on the CC? Can Sivir, dodge out on the quickness? Can Xayah, use that Featherstorm to dodge the Death Sentence, to dodge the Cataclysm?
Ooh, a lot of damage early onto RP. That's going to be the Flay and Hook onto Sloth. They're trying to lock him down. Cataclysm will lock down a few, and Greed is going to get the kill, though, onto Yurashi. Death Sentence will miss that time, but here comes Johnny Vitro. He's firing away, but he isn't able to finish the kill as Johnny Vitro gets the kill onto the Urgot. Here comes the Rise. They're going to be able to catch out Pride here, but Pride still able to trade one back, taking down Jeebus, Kreebus, so that's 3-4-3 there. Soaring Eagle and Peanut Butter will turn on to the Infernal Drake, but Gluttony and Sloth are here. Good boomerang blade will chunk out Gluttony there. Here comes the blade caller, most likely from Gluttony. They need to lock down Soaring Eagle. That is going to be the hero's entrance. It is, or grand entrance, excuse me, but that's going to be the kills, the ace for Gluttony.
Yeah, these are some really close fights. You saw 2 members on each side staying alive up until that Drake was started, but it did just enough damage to the members of Peaked High School where Deadly Sins bot lane was able to pick up the last 2 kills in the fight and the Infernal Drake.
Another misplay here, we've seen a couple of teams do it. It was God Squad last game. The miscommunication around these objectives, because Soaring Eagle peels off of the Drake to try and fight the Xayah Rakan there, and Peanut Butter stays on the Drake, and then they just go down one by one, right? So that needs to be a coherent and cohesive play. Soaring Eagle and Peanut Butter either need to commit to the Infernal as a team or commit to the fight as a team. You can't go one by one, especially at that low health and with the range and peel that bottom lane has. If you go just one by one, you're gonna die.
Yeah, 100% agree on that. You should have seen both of them turn on that, and I kind of think it's a questionable decision to start up the Drake when you're that low health and there's still members alive on the other team who can pose a threat. But it ends up working out for Deadly Sins in the end, but Peaked High School turns what could have been a good play into a small mistake.
Seems like possibly a decision there by Peaked, recognizing that maybe if they leave, that's an easy take for Gluttony and Sloth, feeling like they have to take it and they have to play for it. Otherwise, Deadly Sins bottom lane is easily going to be able to lock that one down. So I can maybe understand a little bit of the thought process there, but it's still a very risky play, and it doesn't work out. That's 2 more kills to Gluttony, Xayah, as well as the Infernal Drake. That's 3 elementals for Deadly Sins here as they've really gotten going over the last 5 to 10 minutes, sitting at a minor gold lead just south of 1,000 gold, but here comes
Are they on the hunt at spots?
Yeah, Peanut Butter looking for something. That's aggression from Jeebus. Kreebus, he's able to catch out a few. Drops the boxes. Deadly Sins looks to re-engage. Sloth is low with the quickness, and he's going to get taken down by the Cataclysm. That's a stopwatch inside the Cataclysm for Urashi. He's trying to survive. Greed looking to get into the jungler. Urashi's going to go down. Loyal RP with the kill. Johnny Vitro forced the flash away. Soaring Eagle not doing enough in these fights. That's another kill for Greed as he finishes off Johnny Vitro, the 4-for-1 for Deadly Sins. And now they're looking to rotate for Baron.
Yeah, it looked like Peaked High School wasn't really set up for a good team fight there. Soaring Eagle wasn't able to impact, and Peanut Butter goes down early. We've been seeing these 80 carries kind of face off, usually be the ones surviving until the end of the fight. But here, Deadly Sins managed to pick up the catch onto the Sivir, and as soon as that, Xayah just takes over the rest of the fight, and they managed to take down 4 members of Peaked High School.
No vision whatsoever for Peaked High School onto this Baron, and honestly, they don't even have the members to contest this objective. Soaring Eagle instead electing to push down mid lane. Baron at just south of 22 minutes will go to Deadly Sins. A couple of big fights go in their favor. Now they're sitting on near a 4,000 gold lead, and this Baron is only going to open that lead up further.
Yeah, Deadly Sins has such a strong team fight comp. The Ivern assisting the Xayah as it comes to the fighting. Same with Rakan. They're both getting they both have the Ardent Sensor. They're both getting that passive onto the Xayah, and she's just doing so much damage. They're doing a great job of keeping her alive. Poppy's doing some peeling, and Nico's doing so much damage on her own. The Pop Blossom's almost always hitting 3 or 4 members of Peaked High School, and it's just winning them fights.
I think you mentioned the Poppy there in the peeling, and I think that's an underrated part of this team fighting, is that Greed has been doing such a good job of keeping Urashi, keeping Johnny Vitro away from Gluttony, giving him the time that, that uptime with the DPS to get out the feathers, get the Blade Caller in, use the Feather Storm to get out so much damage, because Gluttony is doing so much work. You give him the time, doesn't necessarily always have that upfront damage. You can kind of land a little bit of it early on those squishy targets, but if you give him the time in these fights, then Johnny Vitro becomes a non-issue. Same with Urashi. So really keeping Gluttony safe in these extended team fights has been huge, and I think Greed is also a big part of that. Here comes Deadly Sins looking to push down mid lane. Urashi is nearby, but is going to have to take the long way around, actually force the flag and drag over the wall. So that's a little less engaged for Peaked High School as they look to defend this tower. They clear out the wave for now, but these Baron buffed waves for Deadly Sins are going to continue to threaten on this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I think Greed is able to peel so well with this Boppy because he has that steadfast presence. It denies the dashes coming in from the Jarvan's engage, from the Urgot engage, and it means that Peaked High School doesn't have access to the back line of Deadly Sins.
trading towers here as Deadly Sins is able to take down that tier 2 with the help of Loyal RP, setting up that wall of brushes, giving a little more safety to his carries to take that one down. But topside, Johnny Vitro is able to at least trade one tower, getting that tier 1, so that means a third tower for Peaked High School as they're trying to just hang with Deadly Sins here. They've got some great scaling in the Rise and the Sivir here. They just need to bide their time and not get too far behind. Pride stepping forward, getting a good snare there. The Blade Caller, the Featherstorm Sloth will go in to finish the kill on a Jeebus Creebus, and that will mean the tower falls. And here comes Deadly Sins. They're looking for more. It's the 5v4. Daisy has been dropped bot lane. They still got the Baroned up minions so they can continue to push. Inhibitor tower being threatened as Daisy steps up. Both teams are entirely down here. Deadly Sins being patient, not wanting to go too over aggressive as Pride is just looking for poke over the wall into the base.
Yeah, Pride got so much damage off just from landing those first 2 abilities onto Jeebus Creebus. He goes down, and now they're going to have inside track towards this dragon since they decided to kind of not go for the turret right there. But picking up a turret and the kill on the Thresh on that play, as well as this Drake, such a huge play for Deadly Sins. That's going to give them so much power as they look to use this Baron buff even further.
I mean, this is triple Ocean Drake. This essentially means if you don't kill Deadly Sins, they don't have to back. They will have so much sustain. If you don't finish them off, they can back away and heal up to full health so quickly. That sustain on their health and mana will be ridiculous, and it's just going to make Peaked High School's job so much more difficult. They're going to have such a difficult time forcing Deadly Sins off of the objectives that they want to fight for because of that out of combat sustain. And Pride going back to the mid lane to look to push that one out. Baron just dropping off of Deadly Sins. So Peaked High School has a little bit of room to breathe as no neutral objectives to play for. They can focus on the lanes, farm back up, and try and get back into this game. But Deadly Sins thoroughly dominating this game right now as they have really pushed through in the last 10 minutes to take control here, up about 4,000 gold, and they have those 4 elemental drakes. One thing I don't think we've seen at all tonight is play around Elder Dragon. Games have been ending so early that we really have not seen play around that objective, but that is something we will have to keep an eye on. Obviously, Deadly Sins has the opportunity to finish this game before it spawns. They are so far ahead. They've got the map pressure to do so, and they should be able to get the vision control around Baron to turn that into a possible game-ending play here in a few minutes. But Elder Dragon will be something to keep an eye on with this quadruple stacked Elemental Drake for Deadly Sins, because if Peaked High School gives that one up, there's almost no way you can win a fight, no matter how strong the Sivir is.
Yeah, 100% agree. And if the Elder Dragon goes over to Deadly Sins, 4 stack, that's huge damage, even more sustain coming out if they're trying to focus down some objectives.
Oh, man.
But also, the Baron buff isn't really enough for Deadly Sins to win this game. They're not going to be able to siege that well since there's so much wave clear coming from the Rise and the Sivir. They're going to be able to deter this push so much from Deadly Sins. They're going to need to pick up, or they're going to need to be able to find picks onto either the Rise or the Sivir if they want to get a chance to take down some towers here.
And Deadly Sins does have the opportunity to do that. Sloth has been playing very aggressively, has had some great grand entrances to set up some of these skills. You've also got Pride with solid long-range poke that can lock people down, as well as Greed, who has been playing very aggressively throughout this game. And if he can get a charge and stun somebody into a wall, that could be the opportunity that they need along with Loyal RP. So there are opportunities for Deadly Sins to get the picks that they need, but it's not going to be easy with the wave clear coming from Peaked High School as they're going to look to defend the tier 2 tower topside. Death Sentence will miss, so that's not available for the Thresh here for a moment.
And actually, I want to talk about Ivern picked up an item that we don't normally see. Once the buff up his 80 carry even more, picked up the Mikhail's Crucible. Make sure that if Gluttony does get locked down by a death sentence, if he does manage to get locked down by a rune prison, he can get out and still manage to impact these fights.
A lot of damage to Gluttony early on in this fight, and that's going to be the go button for Peaked High School, but Yurashi goes forward, doesn't have the support, and he's going to go down. That's the ultimate coming out from the Nico. Sloth going to get the kill on the Jeebus Creebus, and here comes Deadly Sins. They've got 2 kills. They're looking for the tower. Do they keep going? Sloth stepping forward aggressively. Peanut Butter has to back away. Peaked High School will survive, but they lose that tower, and it looks like Deadly Sins is going to back. Look to play for Baron. Yurashi up in 20 seconds, so Peaked should be able to attempt at least to contest this Baron, but it's going to be a tall task against a Deadly Sins lineup that is very strong.
Yeah, the only thing I think that is deterring Deadly Sins from going from this Baron is that Peaked High School's carries are up. Soaring Eagle and Peanut Butter are still alive. and the health bars just weren't there for Deadly Sins to fall back to the Baron. So they're just going to reset now, get some vision around the Baron, make sure that they don't don't play a bit too over aggressive right now, kind of play with tempered aggression, and allow themselves to find a better spot to go for this Baron instead of forcing it when they don't need to.
One thing we do have to notice, Soaring Eagle, who had a rough start to this game, has really started to come online. 3, 4, and 8 score. He's got 2 items completed, and a lot of safety there between the Rod of Ages and the Seraph's Embrace makes the Rise very difficult to take down. So if he can stay alive, you talk about the damage uptime for Gluttony, it's the same case for Soaring Eagle. If he can continue to get rotations through those spells, he can be a huge threat in these fights. So we'll have to see if Soaring Eagle can stay alive. Yurashi has been playing very aggressively on this J4 pick, and he actually elects to finish off the Warrior there on the J4. I don't know about that buy. I would have preferred the Cinderhulk because Yurashi really, I mean, he's got an okay scoreline, 2, 4, and 8. A solid start to the game, but really his job is to engage and set up these fights. He really is not needed for the damage. You've got Peanut Butter and Soaring Eagle on the big carries, and even Johnny Vitro can do a lot of damage as well. So I would have preferred the Cinderhulk here. We'll have to see if that comes back to bite Yurashi in these fights, as he's gone in quite a few times and just gotten bursted early.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I would have much rather seen the Cinderhulk, especially paired with the tank items he's been building.
Yeah.
He's already got the Gargoyle Stoneplay. He's building towards Randuin's Omen, I believe. And that's going to be, you know, a lot of tankiness. The Warrior isn't going to give him that much damage. I don't think it's the smart choice to go for here, but especially since what he's looking to do is to jump in with the Cataclysm, create space for Soaring Eagle to get his AoE across over everyone, potentially create space for Johnny Vitro to land that Fear Beyond Death and get that, get the execute on that, where they can potentially win a fight off of that Fear.
Yeah, it really just seems, as you mentioned with the rest of his build, inefficient. You can really take advantage. You get the Cinderhulk, you get that bonus health combined with the health that you've already built. That would have been very worth, but you'd said elect for the Cinderhulk, which I don't really think that damage is going to make too much of a difference, but we'll have to see. Is Yurashi going pretty low here? He's going to use the Gargoyle Stoneplay. He's actually able to secure the Drake. He will go down for his efforts, as that's going to be 2 kills for Deadly Sins. The Infernal Drake does go to Peaked High School, but it may not be enough here. Johnny Vitro trying to run from Loyal RP, but is going to be locked down. Here comes the rest of the team. He doesn't have a tower to back away to till he gets to the inhibitor, but he's going to get knocked up by the Grand Entrance. Johnny Vitro so low. He's going to activate the stopwatch and avoid the ult from Greed, but there's the Blade Caller for Gluttony, and that's 3 kills for Deadly Sins as they look to break the base.
Yeah, this is likely going to be mid inhibitor going down for the side of Peaked High School, and Deadly Sins can just fall back to the Baron. Yorashi's down. He's still down for a bit longer.
Peanut Butter's in trouble. The Grand Entrance onto the Sivir, and that's going to be the kill for Greed. Now Loyal RP able to lock down Soaring Eagle. Here comes the rest of the team. They may be looking to finish as Soaring Eagle just flashes away from the Grand Entrance of Sloth there. Nearly going down, just able to survive, and Deadly Sins takes that middle inhibitor. Yep, they've got a ZZ Rut. Spawning out those cute little void monsters. Go kill your base.
Yeah, might look take down a bit of damage, a bit of chip damage onto those Nexus turrets, but Deadly Sins now is trying to fall back towards that Baron. But respawns are coming in for Peaked High School. The only member they don't have available right now is the Sivir, but you don't need the Sivir. All you need is a Jarvan there to look for the steal.
Oh, they may not get there in time, though. That's 6,000 health for the Baron. Yurashi.
Yeah, they are. Peaked High School is just conceding this. They aren't even going to try and steal it.
That's rough. That's going to be the Baron for Deadly Sins here, and the 32-minute mark, and they are set up for success. Now, you mentioned earlier the last time that Deadly Sins picked up the Baron that Peaked High School has the wave clear, but the problem is they have not been able to avoid the fights and just sit on that wave clear. Deadly Sins have been able to get the picks that they need to force the fights and eliminate that wave clear to break open the base. So we'll have to see. Peaked really needs to turtle right now. They've got to survive through this Baron buff if they have any hope of getting back in this game, but it's definitely slim pickings for them at this point. Down 5,000 gold here, and the Baron buff on Deadly Sins as they're going to look to push top lane. They're going to split here as well. Greed has teleport available, so they'll drop him to the bottom lane and put the dual lane of Gluttony and Sloth up top side as they look to take down the other 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, beautiful 4-1 that Deadly Sins has set up here. They have the 4 members in top lane, inhibitors down in the mid lane, so they don't even need to have anyone pushing that lane. It's going to auto push, so they can just sit the Poppy with TP right in the bot lane, and should Peaked High School attempt to get a jump onto the members of Deadly Sins up top, he can just TP and join the rest of his team.
And they haven't sent anybody yet to go deal with Greed. That means Greed is going to just be able to free push onto that inhibitor tower and onto the inhibitor, and they're going to engage 4v5 top side. That's the shutdown onto Slot. So that's 1 kill for Peaked, excuse me. Can they get more? Now, very low health. That's going to be the Fear Beyond Death. Catches the... Oh, that is actually the surviving Ivor. Loyal RP nearly goes down, but they take out the Urgot quick enough. The ace for Deadly Sins, and they're looking to finish the game. Greed is just down here, pushing away on the Nexus towers, and Deadly Sins, the fight nearly goes the way of Peaked High School, but they get just enough to finish the fight and finish the game and win the winners finals here against Peaked High School.
Yeah, Deadly Sins didn't even need all 5 members to win that last fight. That was a 4v5. Poppy was just pushing the bot side the entire time. Didn't even need to TP in. Knew that he trusted the rest of his team to win that fight, and they did. Gluttony managed to stay alive. Ivern not going down to that Fear Beyond Death meant that the fear getting off on the rest of the members didn't happen.
And that would have turned that fight huge.
Absolutely. It would have turned the fight around, and we potentially could have seen Peaked High School winning that fight. But big picks from the members of
Deadly Sins.
Onto Peaked High School, and just incredible play from them, managing to secure this win.
Yeah, huge kill there for Deadly Sins, being able to take out Johnny Vitro's Urgot there, because you're right, if he gets that Fear Beyond Death kill, not only do you take down Loyal RP, and that's a lot less safety for Gluttony, but that huge team-wide fear, especially because they were so close. I mean, the other 3 members of Deadly Sins were pretty much right on top of the Urgot, and if that fear goes off, that means you've got Peanut Butter just free-firing onto 3 very squishy members of Deadly Sins. So a huge play to take out Johnny Vitro there, set them up to finish that fight. And yeah, you've got Greed just perma-pushing bot lane, nobody down there to respond. It really, with the way that fight goes, you can kind of understand why Peaked High School didn't send anybody. They needed everybody at that 5v4 fight. They've got the numbers advantage, and they still can't pull it out. Game goes in favor of Deadly Sins, and they will advance to the Western Grand Finals.
Yeah, Gluttony and Pride doing so much damage in these team fights, and they had the peel coming in from the Poppy. They had the peel coming in from the Ivern, and there was just nothing that the members of Peaked High School could really do. They couldn't take down the damage dealers on the side of Deadly Sins, and that just meant that Deadly Sins was able to pull off the win in this game.
Definitely a big victory there for Deadly Sins as they will move on to the Western Grand Finals. An impressive team that we've seen throughout this season, and we get to see Gluttony back on his signature Sivir. We've also seen him on the Kaisa as well. A big performance there. And, or excuse me, not on the Sivir, playing the Xayah. An interesting switch up there, paired up with Sloth on the Rakan. A bot lane that looked very good throughout this game. They kind of got on the back foot early as those kills go, early to top side as well as bottom lane, with Peanut Butter getting the 1-0-1 start to the game. But Deadly Sins, no worse for wear, able to handle the rough start, push through heavily through the play of Pride, getting a lot of picks, and Loyal RP being able to set up his AD carry and Gluttony for success in the fights.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on everything.
Definitely an impressive game there. We are going to head to a short break, but we have more action when we return. It is week 6 of Late Night League Season 2, and we will close out the night a little bit later. Stick around, folks. We'll be back with some more Late Night League action in just a few. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Yeso and Seal here to bring you our last game of the day here in Week 6. We have the losers finals between Peaked High School and Titan Gaming, duking it out for a spot to play against Deadly Sins, who are sitting waiting in the grand final. So we've got one final best of one for you guys here today. We're about ready to get into Champion Select, so we should have draft going here in just a few moments. Peaked High School, we've seen the highs and lows for this team today. A great first game on the broadcast earlier, but weren't able to get it done against Deadly Sins last time around. They have the opportunity here, if they could take out Titan Gaming, to get the rematch that they need to win this week. What do you want to see from Peaked High School? Maybe a shift in draft or a shift in play possibly against Titan Gaming to push their way to the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them in the first games. They won off the back of that Zed in the mid lane. I kind of like to see them return to it. I saw that it wasn't banned the last game, but instead they opted for the Rise in that comp. Perhaps they just didn't want a full AD comp, but I don't know exactly what was going on there, but I would like to see a return to that Zed in the mid lane. And again, I'm excited to get to see Titan Gaming play. We haven't gotten to see them play at all today, so matchup against there is probably going to be pretty fun to watch.
Definitely should be an interesting matchup between these two teams as they duke it out to try and move on, as I already mentioned, to that grand final to face off against Deadly Sins here in the Western region. All of these teams duking it out to try and get those final points to push towards the postseason. Remember, Week 8, we will have our grand final. A lot on the line here in season number 2, and we should be in a champion select here in just a couple moments, getting everybody into the lobby and ready to go before we kick things off there. Titan Gaming, one player that we love to talk about over there is Stun Daddy. One of the most impressive supports we've seen this season has been really just making those hard CC champions. We've seen the Leona, we've seen the Thresh, and some other things coming out down there. Maybe we see the Nautilus, seems like a champion that would be right down his alley, but one of the most impressive supports we've seen this season. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts on that player for Titan Gaming.
Yeah, I think Stun Daddy and Cloud of Grey are such an impressive bot lane coming out for Titan Gaming. And Stun Daddy, he makes support look like a carry role. He's landing all these skill shots on the Leona, the Thresh, and I'm sure the Nautilus, he could do the same. He's able to lock down his target no matter who he goes for, and he has such good synergy with his team. His mid laner, he knows how to go in with them. You saw them in their previous games. They would play like an Orianna Leona comp and use the Leona as the ball delivery. Stun Daddy would get right in the middle, and you get like a 3 or 4 man shockwave just off of this man getting right in the middle of that all the action.
Definitely a big player for Titan Gaming and can really be kind of the straw that stirs the drink over there. So he really can get things moving for Titan Gaming, and we will definitely have to keep an eye on him in this matchup against Peaked High School, because he really could be the linchpin of Titan Gaming trying to get the win here to push towards that grand final. Deadly Sins has been an impressive team throughout the season. No real surprise that they have made their way to the Western final, and now they will just wait to see who wins here and who will their challenger be. Maybe they get a rematch against Peaked High School, or Titan Gaming can make their way there. Definitely a lot of little matchups and things to keep an eye on in this game. I would like to see the Zed definitely from Soaring Eagle. You talked about the Rise not quite working out there. Are there any other picks in that kind of vein that you'd like to see, that maybe if the Zed gets banned out, which is certainly a possibility, anything else you kind of like to see him go for maybe?
With that Zed, you can see that he is very comfortable on the Assassins. I'd potentially like to see him play maybe in a Kali or a LeBlanc, something where he can look to delete targets, because that's what he's been so effective at doing. I would love the LeBlanc, so much mobility on that champion and so much ability to just take down any target you want to. And that's pretty much exactly what he looked to do in that Zed game. He was able to, 1v3 to steal Baron. He was able to, go in 1v5 and get out alive. Yeah. So the LeBlanc, he's going to have ability to do that again. So I would like to see that as a pick potentially.
Yeah, could be interesting. The Rise, definitely a big shift away from that play style. Not quite as much burst, and has certainly the mobility to get around with his ultimate, but still not quite the same threat as a pick as the Zed. You cannot quite go in and delete a target unless you're getting that free 1v1. Apologies for the delay, folks. We had a little bit of technical difficulties, but we're getting everybody back into lobby and getting set to go into Champions Select. Appreciate you guys all bearing with us. Do want to remind you one final time here as we finish up the Late Night League broadcast here with our final game is we've got weekly leagues going on throughout the week. If League isn't quite your cup of tea, we've got Rocket League, Street Fighter, Super Smash Brothers, and Fortnite going on all throughout this week. So make sure to tune in here at Esports Arena, twitch.tv/Esports Arena for all of the action throughout the week. If you want to participate, come into our locations all across the country. We're in Tulsa, Roseville, Dallas, Fort Worth, in the same general area. But make sure to come into any of our locations if you guys want to participate. We would love to have you come in and play with us, enjoy the broadcast, become a part of these leagues. So make sure to tune in and join in on the action for all of our leagues. But we're just about ready to get into Champion Select. As we look towards the end of the season, let's take a little broader view here at what we've seen in Late Night League here in Season 2. From everything that I've seen, really another step up from what we saw in Season 1. A lot of success, a lot of impressive play, and really it's been a blast to watch these players come out and put their name on this season and on the Late Night League, lexicon here. And it's been really interesting to see these teams grow and change and shift, and really seeing players come into their own here in Season 2.
Yeah, I think there's specific players this season that have really gone above and beyond and have been just exceeding expectations across the board. You know, Korean Banana, More Shoes, Clouded Gray, Stun Daddy. These are guys who have made their name as being these big players, ability to carry all these late game fights and just come up with the clutch plays when they need to win their team's games.
Definitely have had a lot of big plays, a lot of consistent play as well. That's one thing that I think has really stood out to me. You talk about a player like More Shoes, who has seemed to, as you mentioned earlier, has a champion ocean. I mean, you ban away the Anivia, you ban the Lux. He's got something else there to bring out in style, and he's played the Zoe as well this season to great success. So somebody who has been, it seems like on a week-by-week basis, just continues to be, one, a huge carry for his team, seems to find ways to win and ways to succeed no matter what kind of position you put him in. Get him behind early. He's going to find his way back in mid and late game. He can get going early in the game, dominate laning phase. So that's been one of the most impressive things for me, is some very, very high levels of consistency from these great players as well, because, we talk about Korean and Banana. I think that's a great player to highlight here. He has had a couple of big performances. The Aurelia has been big, but he's somebody who we've seen this week specifically has not been able to necessarily find the success on picks other than that signature champion, has not had quite the consistency. And I think that's one of the interesting things where, if we were to award an MVP for Late Night League Season 2, that's something that would come into this discussion and may push a player like More Shoes up a little higher, because, we've had some impressive games from Korean Banana, but More Shoes continues to be this player that day in, day out comes to play, comes to dominate, and is such a linchpin for his team.
Yeah, More Shoes has been able to play so many different variety of styles for his team, and we're actually going to get right into pick and ban right now.
There we go. Champion Select here for Titan Gaming against Peaked High School. Peaked High School on the red side, Titan Gaming on the blue side, as we get to commentate Champion Select here in the Anivia off of the board there, right off of the bat, hitting Soaring Eagle there. So interestingly enough, we kind of want to see him on more of that assassin play style. That is what has been successful for him today. So I don't mind too much the Anivia ban. We'll have to see how things shake out in draft as we go further. One thing we also do have to note is a change in jungle here for Peaked High School. Yurashi is out. Almacon is in the jungle, so a bit of a change up here. We'll have to see how things work out there. Yurashi had a great game on the J4 earlier tonight, but wasn't quite as successful last time around. Kindred off the board. That is the Karthus and the Nautilus ban away by Peak High School. So
Yeah,
waiting for the final
I
bans
love
here.
the Nautilus ban. Definitely one of the strongest picks on this patch, I think. And there's the Zed ban. Soaring Eagle not getting access to that champ that allowed him to hard carry that first game that they played today.
All right, so we're going to have to see that change up from Soaring Eagle. We'll have to see if he goes for the Rise once more, or if maybe there's another pick in his arsenal that he wants to bring out. Sejuani, the last ban there, so a little bit of a focus to the junglers there, as Kindred, Karthus, and Sejuani are off the board here. And Titan looking for their first pick. It is going to be the Morgana, so going with that flex pick early. Can go to some Voidling in mid, as well as Stun Daddy bot lane. Is a champion that It has the playmaking ability to an extent that Stun Daddy seems to like, but if I venture to guess, I would say that's probably the mid lane Morgana. Feels a little more like Stun Daddy wants something more in the vein of the Nautilus, obviously ban away, the Thresh, the Leona, something with a little more playmaking potential and a bigger go butt there. But we will see the Ornn picked up by Peaked High School and looking for their second pick here as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that the Morgana is not really what I would consider a Stun Daddy champion. It's a bit of a deviance away from his normal play style. I 100% agree. I think we'll see something more akin to the Leona or the Thresh coming out from him. So I'm fully expecting that Morgana to go to some Voidling in the mid lane.
And one thing to note too as well is if you're going to go in a different direction for support, you've already picked away a big counter pick to the things that Stun Daddy likes to play. That Black Shield is not going to be available for the bot lane for Peaked High School, and that means that Stun Daddy maybe has even more agency to get things going, because the Black Shield can be a pretty solid counter pick into things like the Thresh and the Leona, negating a bit of their ability to get in, stun people, and set those plays up. The Caitlyn is going to be picked. You know what? That still could be a Morgana bottom lane, though, because that Caitlyn Morgana is a very impressive dual lane.
Yeah, Kate Morgana is one of the strongest bot lanes in the game. If Morgana lands a binding, that is going to chain right into a trap, and that's almost certainly going to be a kill going over. So very strong kill lane if you go with the Kate Morgana bot. And Stun Daddy, we know he can land a skill shot, so he's probably going to be landing dark bindings if the Morgana is going on to him.
The Zilean was picked up by the side of Peaked High School. They're going to go for their AD carry here as well, electing to take the Tristana. So that Zilean could go to support for Jeebus Creebus or to Soaring Eagle in a mid lane.
Yeah, so another flex pick on the side of Peaked High School. Both teams kind of hiding their hand here, not exactly showing what they're going to be playing for.
The Quinn can go jungle. We see it more often. Top lane does have great roaming power and a very solid champion to abuse a lane, and honestly into the Ornn could be a great pick for that lane matchup specifically. Now as we hit the second ban phase, Hecarim taken off the board as Titan Gaming hasn't selected their jungler as of yet, so we could see Bandit's champion pool really heavily pinched here as the Taric is banned away. Seems like Titan Gaming feels like that Zilean's going to go mid to Soaring Eagle as they ban away the Taric.
Yeah, Taric, usually you only ban that if it's going to be the Sona Taric bot lane coming out, but here, wanting to take that pick away from Jeebus Creebus, take away that, you know, assured team fight where he gets the invulnerability across his entire team with the Cosmic Radiance, and kind of gives their team a bit more agency to win a team fight.
Another jungle ban here, so I would expect a jungle selection here for Peaked. Leave the counter pick for support. We'll have to see what they prioritize here, but with how heavily the jungle pool has been pinched here, I really don't see any reason why you wouldn't take the jungler now. Kha'Zix, who we touched on a little bit earlier in the broadcast, has come back to a little more power, but they're going to switch over to the Graves. Interesting, something we don't see a lot of right now, but a solid dueling jungler.
Perhaps a niche pick for Almacon.
Yeah.
Again, Graves, like you said, not very commonly seen right now, so I'm fully expecting Almacon to be very comfortable on this champ. And with the Scion locked in, that actually might just be a Quinn in the jungle for the side of Titan Gaming.
Yeah, it certainly could be.
It does fit into Abandoned style. I know we've seen him on those lethality picks before with the Rengar. And I would love to see Rengar if it was Kha'Zix on the side of Peaked High School. But after seeing the Kha'Zix get, moved to side 4 for the Graves. Oh, the Rengar still does end up coming in for the side of Titan Gaming.
That's Quinn mid. Okay.
Oh.
So the Rengar going to Abandon there. We get the Quinn mid, so we talk about that roaming power, and when you put something like that in the mid lane, can have a great ability to affect the map. We'll have to see if some Voidling wants to stick with the Ignite that he's hovering now or switch to the Teleport to get a little bit more map mobility. I think it works either way. You have the great mobility with your ultimate regardless, and then the Ignite can just give you a little more pressure in that specific lane matchup as that Akali is locked in. So that is the Zilean support confirmed for Jeebus Creebus and Soaring Eagle. We talked about wanting to see him on something with kill pressure, on that assassin type play. It is going to be the Akali here, so going back to that play style here as they have the opportunity to go to the grand final. Soaring Eagle going to bring out something special.
Yeah, I think Soaring Eagle on this Akali is a really exciting pick. It's going to allow him to potentially find a solo kill in the mid lane and pick up kills on his own. He's going to have that agency for himself, especially against the Quinn. Very squishy pick on the side of Titan Gaming. Maybe a bit of, maybe not disrespectful, but a bit aggressive of a pick. And the Akali can definitely punish that very heavily. You're not seeing something on the side of Titan Gaming like a Sandra or a Nautilus where they could, proc Aftershock and deny the Akali from being able to pick up kills. She's actually going to have the agency to pick up kills in that mid lane, find solo kills, and impact these team fights.
All right, should be a very explosive matchup in the mid lane. Definitely something to watch, but we are going to head to a short break here, folks, as we have hit spectator delay, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few moments with our final game of the night, Titan Gaming and Peaked High School, coming to you in just a few.
Now,
is he going to go for it? He might.
Does he get the steal? Oh.
He doesn't get the steal, so that is kind of a disaster for Jarvan. And so
God,
many low red bars right now, and Aurelia essentially gets Boom of Blood still had his flash. He wouldn't have been able to get out of that in the first place. Boom of Blast takes the Lee Sin into the wall with him, loses his life because of it. Now this Twitch has a lot of damage now. Double kill, throws him in for the Lee Sin. Now this guy has to walk out. There's no way you're walking out. Of 4 people of God Squad. Now Snowflake is in the middle of the team. Hawaii Gaming is trying his best. He will get the kill. The shutdown does go over to Nautilus. Jax is just doing so much damage right now, but Morshoes comes in, snipes the support right off. The Sleepy Trouble lands on Vi. The damage from the burn is gonna, not wake him up at all. Spiky is gonna try to find a kill. Golden God is gone. And that will be the fight. They're trying to leverage the power of this Irelia, which is coming out right now, but he is able to resurrect. On the other side, Leona does go down. Peak High School is really taking the fight to them, and unfortunately, Korean Bana, or fortunately for him, does get the kill, and he's just going to go for resets right now. But you cannot stand in front of, like, an Urgot like that, but he does get a triple kill. They're really trying to get this turret down. They do get it, but was it worth it? This will be a... I mean, I hope they give it to them, but this is essentially a don't take it from a morgue. Okay, it's a pentakill.
Introducing Overpowered. Pre-built gaming desktops and laptops designed by Esports Arena with hand-picked hardware to deliver a powerful gaming experience. Stocked with serious memory, stunning graphics, and lightning speeds. Starting at $499. Overpowered. Ignite your game. Only on Walmart.com.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We're on to the Rift, Titan Gaming versus Peaked High School in our losers finals here. Both teams coming out onto the Rift. We'll have to see what kind of action we get here at the start. Peaked High School got some kills at the start of their last game. Got peanut butter rolling with that 1-0-1 start on the server. We'll have to see if they go for some aggression here. Again, Titan Gaming is actually electing for the possible.
Yeah, they have the Morgana. They have such a strong level 1 if they can land that Dark Binding.
Peaked High School is respecting the level 1 of Titan Gaming. We'll see if they can catch out Almacon here. Looks like Peak doesn't quite have the
Peanut Butter's walking
information.
up.
Oh no. Peanut Butter seems suspicious, but not sure. Stepping forward. I like the safe play here from Peak. They don't want to get caught here. The last thing they need is to get any of these lanes going early. I'm really excited to see some Voidling on this Quinn in the mid lane. Something we didn't really expect. Can be very good if the Quinn gets going early. Has great ability to affect other lanes once she hits level 6. Moves around the map very quickly and becomes very oppressive if she gets going in the lane. But Soaring Eagle on the Akali has the opportunity. Can be a big threat in the 1v1, so we'll have to see how this lane plays out. Definitely one to keep an eye on early in this game, as both junglers will start on the bottom side of the map. And Titan Gaming, they've got good lanes here. Train should be able to hold his own against.
Oh, there's a Dark Binding level 1.
Oh, Jeebus Creebus going to take some damage here. Level 1 Stun Daddy. We talked about the Morgana. We're like, maybe this isn't quite in his repertoire, or not quite a signature type champion, but you know what? Dark Binding, you've got the ability to set your AD carry up, and the Morgana is going to come out for Stun Daddy this time around, and I would expect nothing but a great performance from him on the Morg here. We'll have to see how that plays out. Definitely has the dual lane set up here with Clouded Gray to succeed, and if Abandon can get around the map and try to affect these lanes once he gets level 6, things could be very, very scary for Peaked High School. Almacon here headed towards the Scuttle Crab, and going to like to go bot lane. The Scuttle doesn't spawn for another 15 seconds though, so he's got really nothing to do right now as he sits inside his empty blue side jungle.
Yeah, and he's only level 2 right now. Usually you want to be around that level 3 when that Scuttle Crab spawns, so a bit behind on his pathing, maybe a bit of a mistake on the pathing. He's going over towards his red buff right now.
That could mean a double Scuttle start for Abandon. He's going to tank this top side Scuttle Crab, as he is there early with Almacon on his Raptor camp, and he actually might be spotted out here by Abandon. Yeah, he will.
He doesn't get spotted out, but they see that the red buff is still up. He knows that Almacon has not been over here yet.
And Almacon knows that Abandon is nearby by seeing the scrying orb get taken. Abandon has Smite, is able to steal away the red buff, so a rough start here for Almacon. That is going to be a 3 buff start for Abandon's Rengar here. And
yeah, and nothing that Almacon can really do there. He couldn't walk up and try to contest for that red buff. Some Voidling had gotten mid priority and he was roaming over. If Almacon had tried to potentially steal that red buff, he would have just gotten jumped on by the Quinn as well, and that probably would have been a dead Graves.
Ooh, juke out from the Dark Binding there by Peanut Butter. Good job to avoid the crowd control there, as we've already seen once early in this game that you get caught by that Dark Binding and you're in for a lot of damage, as you can easily eat double headshot from the level 3 Caitlyn, because you get the trap dropped underneath you and then the easy landed net.
Oh, there's the trap.
Gray, big
and
trouble here. Oh, Jeebus Creebus is going to go down. That's first blood for Stun Daddy.
Lots of good return damage though onto Clouded Gray. Almost gets taken down on his own. Still has a heal, and I kind of like the decision of Peanut Butter not to use his heal. You know that Jeebus Creebus is going to go down. He's locked down for so long with that Dark Binding into trap. He's not going to survive that no matter what, even if you do use the heal. So I kind of like Peanut Butter not opting to use it there.
Abandon looking for the counter gank here.
He's spotted
top
out,
side.
though.
Train has baited out Johnny Vitro. He's going to walk right into the face of the Rengar. He's going to be able to jump out of the brush. Can he catch him? Yes, he will. That's going to be Johnny Vitro going down. But it is going to be a trade back. Train trying to sustain. He won't survive.
Oh,
that's still going to be
leap.
Almacon slowed down by the Bola. And that's a double kill for the Rengar. Great start for Abandon and Titan Gaming.
Yeah, that's both the flashes being blown from the members of Peaked High School. They both go down, and nobody on Titan Gaming had to flash for those kills. Abandon was still able to get the leap off, even though Graves committed the flash. So a bit of a mistake from Almacon not getting out of that leap range, but great play from Abandon punishing that.
Some Voidling and Soaring Eagle both very low on mana, both without flashes, and the Ignite has been used by Soaring Eagle. Some Voidling, though, holding his own in this lane so far. 7 CS lead and looking to sustain up with the Doran's Blade. And interestingly enough, we have to note Soaring Eagle actually electing to take the Doran's shield, recognizing the range disparity between himself and
that's
the
the Ignite
Quinn
going
here.
down.
Yeah, that is Ignite burning onto Soaring Eagle. That's going to be the solo kill for some Voidling. We were a little bit concerned that the kill pressure could be in favor of the Akali, but some Voidling gets the solo kill here. That's a great start for the Quinn.
Yeah, Quinn definitely a very strong early laner, especially into the melee matchup of the Akali. And Akali doesn't really access that kill potential until the level 6. So the early laning going in favor of some Voidling and able to find that solo kill on his own. And now you see Soaring Eagle already adapting, picking up the early Ninja Tabi, getting that early armor, making sure those auto attacks aren't going to be hurting as much. And he might be able to survive a bit better in this matchup now.
I think that's a great adaptation by Soaring Eagle, not getting greedy, recognizing that he can outscale the Quinn as long as he doesn't allow some Voidling to get too far ahead. So taking the safer buy with the boots, just going to look to farm it out and not really fight the Quinn as much.
Oh, Abandon is going in.
Abandon going after Almacon here. He does have the support. Some Voidling is just going to zone away the bottom lane for a moment, but here comes the Akali. That's going to be the kill for Abandon, but he most likely will go down in turn.
Black Shield.
Gets the Black Shield, gets the smite for the sustain, and Abandon's going to survive. Are you kidding me? The Rengar gets out scot-free.
This guy just showed off some of the most impressive Rengar mechanics I've ever seen. Instead of flashing onto Almacon to try and get, an extra auto attack in for the kill, flashes into the bush, gets the leap off onto Almacon, gets the stack of his passive, and manages to get the reset on the ability for the kill.
Then runs back into the brush, jumps onto the blue, gets the smite for the sustain, doesn't even care about the buff. He gets out with the kill, doesn't even go down. That's a 5-1 lead in the kill department for Titan Gaming. A near 2,500 gold lead here as we approach the 8-minute mark with aggression topside. Some Voidling, this is
There's
what we were
level
talking
6.
about. Some Voidling goes way too far forward, in level 6 for Soaring Eagle means a kill in mid lane for the Peaked High School mid laner.
Yeah, once Akali gets access to that ultimate, you can't walk up too far. She has so much ability to kill you. She doesn't even have any AP items right now. She hasn't built any damage, but she still has that innate damage in her kit just from the base damage.
Lane Train is going to go down, but Johnny Vitro will get traded back there by the undead form. So Train is able to get that one back. One for one top side.
Yeah, pretty quick pace in this game. Already 10 kills by the 8-minute mark. You see these teams are trying to fight, but Abandon already 3-0-0 on the Rengar. And Rengar hasn't even picked up his lethality yet. Once he starts to get that lethality items, there's nobody on Peaked High School who's going to be able to survive this really fed Rengar.
Things are going to get very scary as well because he has the Tiamat to give himself that better clear in the jungle. Going to be able to get in and steal Almacon's red buff once more. Almacon isn't even going to know. He just took his blue buff, but this is going to be another 3 buff for Abandon here as he can just go back to his own blue, take that one, possibly even hand it over to some Voidling to give him a little bit more power in this mid lane. As if he's not careful, Soaring Eagle can run away with this lane matchup. Some Voidling possibly looking to roam to bottom lane. He's going to head down there with his ultimate activated.
Yeah, but I want to talk about Abandon stealing that red buff. It's already enough to steal it from the enemy jungler, but Graves relying so much on that red buff to actually have powerful ganks. That slow that he gets from it means that he can continue auto-attacking, get that extra burn in. Denying that from him takes away so much of his early power. He's not going to be able to impact these lanes at all.
A rough start for Almacon. Does have 1 kill, but those 2 deaths, and with how far Abandon is getting ahead, Johnny Vitro isn't able to escape once more to the top lane. Abandon will grab that kill onto the Ornn. That's a 4-0 Rengar, but he could be shut down here, taking a lot of damage as Almacon and Soaring Eagle are topside. That's the shutdown, and there's the red buff for Almacon. Now he's looking to get Train. Train doesn't have the ultimate available. Do they have the damage? The ultimate from the Graves. This is going to be the dive from Soaring Eagle. They will be able to take him out. The kill being returned, but here comes some Voidling. They want to get onto Soaring Eagle, but Almacon will be able to zone away some Voidling, and that will be the 2-for-1 trade top side in favor of Peaked High School.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see Soaring Eagle excelling on this Akali pick. Again, we talked about wanting to see him more on this assassin-style pick. He's 2-1-1. After he started out getting solo killed in his lane, he's been a part of 3 really solid kills now, showing that he knows how to pilot this Akali very well in these team fights.
Definitely love to see as well that Soaring Eagle, as you mentioned, despite getting solo killed early, still being confident, recognizing that once he hits level 6, he can still fight, that it really was just a bit of a misplay there, but recognizing that he can handle some Voidling if he has access to that ultimate and playing very well around it. Ocean Drake is going to go over here to Titan Gaming, possibly. We could see Amicon come here, but the rotation from the Titan bottom lane should secure this early Elemental Drake for Titan. And will be going their way.
Ocean Drake, again, that early impact laning Drake is going to really help out, I believe, Titan Gaming's bot lane the most. Because Morg is going to be expending a lot of mana, trying to land some Dark Bindings, trying to help shield her AD carry so that he doesn't get hit by those zillion bombs for the stun. As well as Caitlyn going to continually have that mana, being able to push and being able to spam out all these abilities to stop Peaked High School, and specifically Peanut Butter from being able to push the wave on his own.
Abandon looking to set up a lane gank here. Bot side, they've got the control ward in the brush, and here comes Soaring Eagle. Soaring Eagle has got to be foaming at the mouth, looking at this. Peanut Butter has to jump away. Uh-oh. Soaring Eagle, you've got to run. The bullet is going to miss, and Peanut Butter solo has to be careful. Now, Soaring Eagle wants to stay close, but is going to back away as the ultimate was activated by Abandon. So, Peaked High School lucky to escape without giving up a kill. There's Abandon is on the hunt, looking for some more blood here. Already 4-1 on the Rengar. Going to take the Scuttle Crab here. Going to be spotted out by Peaked High School, but should be able to back away to the safety of his mid lane. Soaring Eagle wants to go in. We need some Voidling to help out. Abandon going solo. That's the kill for Soaring Eagle. But some Voidling is going to be able to trade back. 4-1 is down bot lane. Cloud of Grey takes down the Tristana in the 1v1.
Yeah, perhaps some miscommunication there going. Some Voidling was just pushing mid lane on his own, didn't respond to help his jungler, who got jumped on by both the Akali and the Graves and ends up going down. But Abandon goes down. At least the trade comes in. Some Voidling does manage to pick up the kill onto Soaring Eagle, but he could have reacted a bit quicker.
Top lane, Train is in trouble. Johnny Vitro going to get the kill in the top lane. Seems like everybody's getting a solo kill here, except for the peaked bottom lane, as Clouded Grey has one. Voidling and Soaring Eagle have each gotten their own. Train and Johnny Vitro trading back and forth as well. So everybody seems ready to fight, but Titan Gaming still with a solid lead, up 3, make that 4,500 gold right now as we hit the 13-minute mark. Tower plating about to fall down here in less than 60 seconds, and an 11-7 lead in kills has Titan Gaming securely in the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, so much of the gold lead on Abandon on this bot lane for the side of Titan Gaming. They're both super far ahead. You see 4 kills on the Rengar, 3 kills already on the Caitlyn, and a 40 CS lead coming in for the Caitlyn in the bot lane. That's so much priority onto them, allows them to get access to that Drake. That's why they were able to take the early Ocean, and that just means that their already strong laning was even stronger. They already took down the bot lane turret, and that's not much you could do if you're Peaked High School in that scenario.
And now Titan Gaming has elected to rotate their bottom lane up to the top side, and they've already taken down a couple of plates here on this tower, and they're going to continue pushing. The response is late from Peak. They're going to lose another tower play here. Titan with the pushing power of that Morgana and Caitlyn bottom lane, and here comes Abandon. He's already taken out the Zillion. He's going to flash back under his tower, recognizing that Abandon could have easily leaped on him out from the brush.
Here's
and here comes the rest of the team. Almacon trying to get in here. Stun Daddy playing aggressively. Here comes the TP. That's going to be the flash away to get out of the Soul Shackle. Stun there. Here comes Soaring Eagle. Some Voidling got the kill onto Almacon. Soaring Eagle going low. That's going to be 1 kill, but there's one traded back as Peanut Butter is able to take one down. Train looking for the knockup. Double kill for the Tristana. There's dead members all across the board, but some Voidling still alive. That's the burn. There's the axe. Peanut Butter's going to survive just barely. Oh, flashing away from the flying cannon minion will keep Peanut Butter alive, but kills going both ways here, and some Voidling still looking to hunt down the Tristana. Won't find Peanut Butter there, but that will mean the top lane tier 1 for Titan Gaming, and a lot of blood being spilled on the top side.
Yeah, on the end of it, it's just a 3-for-3. No team really gets the edge in that fight, but lots of small misplays, lots of small good plays on both sides too. Both these teams really showing that this is a very close game. 14 kills, 10 kills. They're not afraid to fight, and I like seeing games like that.
Yeah, one thing we do have to note is that fight in the top side really empowering some Voidling here. He gets a couple more kills. Now sitting at 4-1 on this Quinn, is going to be able to back and buy and finish that first item. Will be the Youmuu's Ghostblade, and already has the BF sword. So the Quinn, who struggled despite giving away that early kill, good flash from Johnny Vitro will keep him alive. As Jeebus Creebus can block the ultimate from the Caitlyn, but this Quinn is going to be very scary now on that first item with the 4 kills.
Oh, that's the trap coming in too.
Yeah, a lot of damage there onto Almacon. But some Voidling's going to be very scary now. Peaked High School has to be aware of where this Quinn is at all times, as now sitting at level 11, has that second point in the ultimate, moving around the map a lot quicker.
Yeah, I love what Titan Gaming has done with their bot lane. They first got the bot lane turret, rotated them up to the top lane, picked up that top lane turret, and now they're in mid lane and took down another turret. That's all 3 outer turrets going down for the side of Peaked High School.
Oh, some Voidlings still can't handle the Akali in the 1v1, flies right into Soaring Eagle's waiting wings, and will go down there as the Akali is going to grab the kill, but Infernal Drink has spawned. Titan Gaming wants to defend this, but they're down a member as Soaring Eagle will not spawn for another 20 seconds.
Yeah, so they are down a member here, but Akali does not have the perfect execution. They might take this as an opportunity to fight.
A lot of damage onto Johnny Vitro. He's going to try and charge into the team, but he's going to be stopped in his track. He's going to go down before he can finish off the ultimate, so that's going to be no more CC. That is the Zillion ultimate on to Peanut Butter, but he will go down regardless. Jeebus Creepers trying to run. He's going to go down to Clouded Gray, and Titan Gaming have the outnumbered fight, and they will take the victory there. 4v5, and they're still able to get the win. Soaring Eagle still trying to do some work, but Train is pretty tanky, and here comes some Voidling. He is more than confident enough to fight the Akali when he's got the numbers on his side. Soaring Eagle has to run. Train flashing in aggressively is going to get the damage from the Soul Furnace. Can he slow down Soaring Eagle? He can't. Uh-oh, Almacron is just going to deliver some Voidling near the team. That's the kill for the Quinn, and Almacron cannot escape.
Yeah, and the extended chase at the end, the Graves goes down. Akali barely gets out, but man, really good change of pace there. Titan Gaming taking the lead on this play, gets themselves the Infernal Drake, gets themselves the kills, and that's even after they were already down a member at the start of that fight.
The only power point right now for Peaked High School is the Akali on Soaring Eagle. Soaring Eagle kind of the one shining light for that team. That's going to be the level up for the Ornn, but it isn't even going to matter. He's unstoppable, but it isn't going to keep him away from death. He's going to get knocked up and taken down. Clouded Gray with the kill, and we're pre-20 minutes, and Peaked High School is having to defend an inhibitor tower. Titan Gaming continuing to accelerate this game.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job of playing around their power points right now. Abandon was ahead, Clouded Gray and Stun Daddy were ahead, and they played to these carries. They played to these guys that were winning their sides of the map, and that's just allowed them to take down 4 turrets by the 18-minute mark, and as you said, knock on the doors of those inhibitor turrets already.
Now, pre-20 minutes, the Rift Herald is still alive and pings on it for Titan Gaming. They can look to take that objective. Some Voidling is looking to go for the 1v1. He already resigned himself to going down. Some Voidling knew he was going to die there. Really, he's got to recognize he cannot 1v1 Soaring Eagle. Some Voidling is not strong enough to handle the Akali in the 1v1. He can fight when he's got the team on his side, and that's what he needs to play around. And he recognized that they're good. Dark Binding onto Almacon there. Jeebus Creep is going to try and keep his jungler alive. Soaring Eagle looking for more. Dark Binding will miss. Train stepping forward aggressively. That's
perhaps
the
a misclick on the stopwatch.
Oh, Stun Daddy. That's going to feel bad not having that available for this next fight, because getting the Soul Shackles and then being able to stopwatch or Zhonya's not sure if he's been able to finish that item. I would assume no at the 20-minute mark, but the Morgana has been very effective so far, but not having that invulnerability able in this fight does mitigate the effectiveness of the Morgana just a little bit. Can't play quite as aggressively without the threat of dropping, but Stun Daddy still looking very good on this Morgana so far. That is actually already a finish Zonya's for the Morgana.
Zonya's Hourglass as a support before 20 minutes.
That is scary. That just shows you how dominant this bottom lane has been. 5-1-6 score, 2 items already for Clouded Gray, and Stun Daddy following suit with the 80 carry for his team.
I mean, yeah, when you pick up that many turret plates across the map, you get an accelerated gold build no matter what you do.
Okay, look at that gold lead. That's a 3,000 gold lead for the support of Titan Gaming. That is ridiculous.
The Morgana has 2k more gold than Peanut Butter on the side of Peaked High School.
That is crazy. The Ornn not able to get anything done there with the Call of the Forge God as he was locked down by the Dark Binding. Abandon looking for more kills, will go down, but Peanut Butter is under threat from some Voiding, able to rocket jump away, and the ultimate from the Caitlyn will be blocked, but it isn't going to matter. Stun Daddy able to get the kill onto Almacon, and they're flashing in aggressively. Dark Binding
Stun
will
Daddy
land, and goodbye. Ornn some Voidling with another kill there. Stun Daddy continues to set up kills for his team.
Yeah, that flash Dark Binding from Stun Daddy to finish off that fight was just beautiful. You can tell this guy knows this champ just as well as he knows the Leona and the Thresh.
Now with the Rift Herald dropped in mid lane will mean the tier 2 tower going down, and they're going to get the free charge onto the inhibitor tower. The defense is going to be roughed here from Peaked High School. Peanut Butter has to immediately walk away from that tower. The inhibitor will follow suit, and it looks like Titan Gaming will take what they've got and back away, content with the 2 towers and the inhibitor in mid lane. They'll go back, set up around the Drake as well as the Baron, and they've got a very secure lead, up 9,000 gold at the 21-minute mark.
That might be one of the best Rift Heralds I've seen used this entire tournament. Got them 2 turrets and an inhibitor. You can't really ask for much more than that from that objective.
Beautiful timing, winning that fight near the Drake, as well as getting those couple trailing kills in the mid lane to set themselves up to drop the Rift Herald and break open the middle of the map here. They already had pretty much a run of Summoner's Rift at that point. They had opened up the tier 1 towers in all 3 lanes, gives them so much more space to work, but when you're able to crack tier 2 inhibitor turret and inhibitor in a mid lane, really Titan Gaming could go anywhere they choose on the map and set up some fights. It makes Abandon's life a lot easier as well. He can go extremely aggressive knowing that the towers are so far away. There's really not a safe spot on the map for Peaked High School.
Yeah, if Peaked High School wants to try and contest anything that Titan Gaming is doing, they don't have anywhere to fall back to.
Stun Daddy is going to get the binding. They're going to just
So
collapse
much CC.
onto the Ornn. He doesn't even get to move. Stun locked completely is Johnny Vitro, and some Voidling is so confident right now, flying forward with his team and his
That's
back.
another Infernal Drake.
Second
You hate
Infernal
to see
here
that
for
if you're Peaked High
Titan
School.
Gaming. Oh man, this is rough. Titan Gaming set up for success right now. They've got a 10-kill lead.
They might just go towards this Baron.
Nearing a 10,000 gold lead. They're going to look for Baron here. Pre-23 minutes. They're going to get that one started. Some Voidling is going to step forward a little aggressively, possibly see if he can get a pick here and discourage any contest from Peaked. Peaked is nearby.
No vision from the side of Peaked High School on any of this. Now they finally get a ward in there, but there's a control ward blocking out that vision from the side of Titan Gaming. Really good objective play from them in vision
They've got
control.
time to contest here. The Baron is not going down very quickly here. Here comes the TP from Johnny Vitro to join the team, but they're just going to catch out Jeebus Creebus and take him down immediately. Soaring Eagle still looking to get something done, but Abandon has activated the ultimate. Train is just zoning away the rest of the team. Looks like Soaring Eagle wants to go for some Voidling. He could still win the 1v1. The Triumph healing as well as the Zhonya's will keep him alive, but Almacon has gone down to Train as the Scion is stepping forward. Look at the Rengar jumping in. There's the stun. Stun Daddy grabs the kill onto the Ornn, and Train wants more. Rocket jump away from Peanut Butter will keep him safe for now, but Titan Gaming doesn't even seem like they want the Baron. They want the base. 3 members alive for Peak, though, so they can try for the defense.
Yeah, and the Kali is still up. She's the big damage.
Not
gets
for
locked
long.
down.
No, he's going to get locked down. Clouded Gray with the kill, and this could be it. Titan Gaming with an impressive performance on the back of Abandon, and the bottom lane are going to take down the Nexus Towers. A defense here from Jeebus Creebus and Peanut Butter will not be enough. They will retreat to the safety of their fountain, and Titan Gaming will win this game and move on to the grand final to compete with Deadly Sins.
Yeah, Titan Gaming win this game in 24 minutes. They played so well around that bot lane who was winning the map. Got that early Ocean Drake, allowed them to kind of expand that lead they had in that bot lane, moved them around the map, got every objective they went for, and just beautiful play coming from the side of Titan Gaming. Abandon, Clouded Gray, and Stun Daddy put their team on their backs this game.
A big performance there from Abandon as well as the bottom lane, really setting their team up for success. Some Voidling had some good plays. Seemed to take a little too long to recognize, hey, I can't fight this Akali 1v1, but it didn't end up mattering. Things still worked out. Up in the top side, Train holding his own. Struggling a little bit occasionally in the top lane, but recognizing that, kind of like we saw from Johnny Vitro earlier in the day on the Malphite, Train recognizing, hey, We get to this team fight phase. I've got the ultimate. I've got the crowd control and the tankiness to set up my team to succeed. So it didn't really matter too much there, but definitely abandon just playing with reckless abandon on the Rengar there, just taking over this game, and then Clouded Gray and Stun Daddy performing so well through laning phase and throughout this entire game, really just dominating performance.
Yeah, we've seen Abandon pop off on this Rengar before. Last time it was against Deadly Sins. Just took over that matchup on the map. I believe he was against the Kindred that time, and so many times he was able to take him down before he could even pop that Lamb's Respite. Here, pretty much the same story. Every single person he tried to jump on, he was just able to kill. And with the back of Caitlyn and Morgana on the other side, you can't even escape that no matter what you do.
Not much you can do about that. A big performance there from Titan Gaming. So congratulations to them as they will move on to play the Western Grand Final. But that is going to be it for us here on the broadcast tonight for Late Night League, folks. Thank you so much for joining us. We definitely had a blast. A lot of league action here. Remember, we've got more coming to you through the rest of the week with all of our games. We will be back with Late Night League as well next Monday. So make sure to tune in for that because we've only got 2 more weeks left of Late Night League before we close out Season 2. It certainly has been a blast. I hope you had fun, Seal.
Oh, yeah, I definitely had a great time casting all the games today. Got to see a lot of Deadly Sins playing. Got to see a lot of pretty much all the teams today. Asian Imports got to see a couple games from.
Plenty of Peaked High School.
Oh, yes, Peaked High School. 3 games coming from them.
Yep.
Great, just great play all around from all the teams we saw today.
Definitely has been a fun one. A lot of great games here, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we do. But my name's JC Yesa McDonough. I was joined by my friend Shane Seal Erickson. That's going to be all for us here tonight. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us. Thanks so much to our production team in the back doing a great job throughout the night, sticking with us. That's going to be all for us, folks. We'll see y'all again next time.